You'll want to skip your lunch break.
Big case?
Try 3. We got a floater on the East River, a dead woman at the St. Theodore Hotel, and a beating victim uptown. Which one you want to take on first? A fisherman found the body this morning and called it in. Preliminary reports show it hasn't been in the water for more than a day.
The East River tides are all over the map. Be hard to figure out where the body was dumped.
Be sure to tell me when you find out.
The body was still halfway in the water. Would have drifted out, but it got caught on an old tire.
One man's junk. Who found the body?
Over there, early this morning. He was fishing. I guess he caught something all right.
The tide was running out last night. Weather was clear and cold. Couldn't have floated too far. His throat's been slashed pretty bad. Looks like a piece of his coat is missing. Wonder where those scratch marks came from. I just have a few questions.
Well, I don't know what I can tell you that I didn't already tell the other officers, but go ahead.
I'm sorry you had to be the one to find the body, but do you remember what time it was when you did?
Got here around 5 a.m. I didn't see it right away. Maybe about 6. Was trying to move that damn tire and it just rolled over like a ghost. Scared the hell out of me.
Do you come out here every day?
Nah, I got a regular spot near the Triborough. Get some good stripers there. Lately, they ain't been biting me, so my buddy said try this spot. And I did. Now I wish I hadn't.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Good to see you. From the looks of things, I'd say the victim was stabbed at least once while he was sitting in an upright position. From the angle, the killer would have come from the victim's left side. The laceration to his throat is the fatal wound. There are some superficial stab wounds on his neck and head. My guess is the killer was trying to get information.
Or he was making a point.
Oh?
It just doesn't feel like a typical torture. I think it was a revenge thing.
A sharp, narrow instrument. From the looks of the stab wounds, I would say the killer was standing very close over the victim, who was sitting or kneeling. His time of death was somewhere between 10 and midnight. Your witness found the body at about 6:30 a.m. I did some checking, and the velocity of the current was 1.5 knots, which would place the site of the murder no more than a mile east of where the body was found.
That would put it somewhere around the Con Ed station. Thank you. Looks like fresh footprints. Looks like the killer dragged the victim's body here. Did the killer take a smoke break? Leather glove. Too small for me to get through. Someone was kneeling here. What's this? Looks like there's something caught on there. But this car belongs to our victim. From the looks of this blood, I'd say the killer came at him through this window, then dragged him across the passenger seat. I wonder what these pieces could be. It's a good bet our victim smoked these Julieta cigars. Trash can's empty. Don't think this will be of any use.
Need something, Detective? Could be your victim knew the killer, since there are no signs of forced entry. On the other hand, it also has the makings of a mob hit of some kind. Appears the killer dragged the victim from the car to the spot where he dumped the body in the river.
All right, thank you. chance.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
It's Walter here from the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it.
Got something new that'll help you out. The Criminal Profiler. I had them install it on your laptop. It can help build a profile based on evidence you collect. After your profile's strong, you can assess the viability of suspects. And with 3 cases on your plate, you could use the extra help.
I bet you're here about those analyses. I can bring them up right here. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get any prints or DNA off there. Sorry. The blood sample you collected in the car is an exact match to the victim. The fiber analysis on the fabric piece you collected from the fence is consistent with the fibers from the fabric of the victim's coat. I'd say it's safe to assume that your victim was dragged through that hole in the fence. These footprints were made by a man's shoe size 11. Those are the victim's prints on the keys. The cigar band you submitted was from a Julietta cigar. No prints or DNA on it, unfortunately. I did my best, but I couldn't find any prints on that at all. Looks to me like they were wiped clean. We checked and double-checked, but came up empty there. Not even a smudge print. I analyzed the drag marks in the ground where the victim was killed. There's blood mixed in with the dirt that matches your victim, so it looks like he was dragged after he was killed. These impressions in the dirt are knee prints. Looks like your victim was forced to kneel before he was killed. That or he was begging for his life. They're men's leather gloves, fairly new. No prints or fibers on them, though. They're pretty clean. Those wire cutters had no prints on them at all. They did have some metal traces in them, as though they'd been used recently to cut something. Those wire cutters had no prints on them at all. They did have some metal traces in them, as though they'd been used recently to cut something. We checked and double-checked, but came up empty there. Not even a smudge print. The victim was stabbed more than once in the throat with a metal object. The lacerations are somewhat jagged, and there's a fair amount of trauma to the area. I'd say the murder weapon wasn't especially sharp.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results. I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found. John Lasseter has worked for the NYC Parks Department for the past 6 years. He lives in a small place he rents in Brooklyn. He's been married 11 years and has 2 children. No arrest record. Looks like a hardworking family man. We were able to trace the plates to the car's owner, Martin Castillo. I assume he's your victim in this case, right? Julietta, that brand of cigar, is definitely from Cuba, so they aren't easy to come by in this country. I can't be 100% sure who actually sold it, but the Windsor Lounge Cigar Bar has been in trouble with the law for selling contraband 4 times last year, more than any other establishment in the city. I'd say it's worth paying them a visit to see what you can find out.
Pretty gruesome, but not really my area. I'd check with the crime lab to see if they can help you. This jacket is a brown men's blazer, made of wool. Nothing remarkable about it, except there's a small piece missing from it. Those size 10 shoes of your victims have fresh scrape marks on the tops of them. Could be those marks happened while the body was being dragged. It's a piece of brown wool fabric. No way to tell for sure, but it seems to be a weave that is used for clothing. These butts are what's left of some Westminster cigarettes. No way to trace where they were bought. Since these are fresh, I'd be willing to bet your killer's a smoker. They're men's leather gloves, fairly new, too common to trace to a particular retailer. These indentations in the gravel appear to be the result of someone kneeling on the ground. Could be your victim was begging for his life. Judging by those marks, I'd say the body was dragged to the water where it was dumped. I don't see how my services could give you any extra help with that one, though. These footprints were made by a man's shoe, size 11. If you turn up any suspicious shoes, I'd be happy to compare them for you. Sorry I can't be of any more help to you with this blood. That's really more the lab's area of expertise. This set of keys includes a car key and what looks like a few residential or office keys. No identifying marks indicate where they were made. These wire cutters could have been purchased at any hardware store in New York. No way to trace them.
Can I help you?
Detective Goren, major case. Can I ask you some questions?
Is this about Mr. Castillo? Poor guy.
You must be pretty shaken up, but could you tell me how well you know him?
Not that well. I mean, I'd see him in the hallway, say hello, that sort of thing, but can't say I really knew him.
And when was the last time you saw him?
Come to think of it, it's been a while. A couple of months at least. I figured he found a girlfriend or something.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Looks like it's locked. Could be useful. Junk mail and bills. Must be a reason he let this stuff pile up. It's interesting that he didn't keep work clothes here. Running shoes. Overdue bills. Maybe Castillo was having financial problems. This bagel's hard as a rock. Looks like his electricity was about to be shut off. I wonder what this is. What's this? I wonder how this opens. Now I know why it looks like he hasn't been using his apartment. He's living someplace else. Wonder why he kept 4-month-old magazines. Remote's covered with dust. What's this?
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
There it is, Julieta.
The Julieta number 9. You have very good taste, sir. The box price is extremely reasonable for the quality.
Detective Goren made your case. Sell any of these cigars last night?
Last night? I can't remember. Look, I didn't know they were Cubans. It was a one-time thing, I swear.
If I was interested in busting you for selling illegal cigars, I could have done that a long time ago. I just want to know who bought this cigar last night.
Okay, I get your point. Talk to Carla. She was working last night. Can put a face with any cigar she sold. And some she hasn't.
Thanks.
Nice. Julietta number 9. I figured you for something small. A Robusto Maduro, maybe. And let's see. Definitely Dominican. You're way too uptight to smoke Cubans.
So what exactly is a Julietta type?
I just work here, okay? I was just being cute about the Cubans. I don't know anything about where Charlie gets his cigars.
Charlie said you never forget a guy and his cigar. You remember who was smoking the cigar last night?
Latin guy. Sat over there in the back. Real quiet and serious.
This him?
That's him. Jeez, what happened? Is he dead?
Ever seen him before last night?
No, he's not one of the regulars. Look, this is getting a little heavy for me, okay? My girlfriend gave the cops information on a robbery last year, and they made her testify and everything, and it was awful. I want to help, but, I don't know.
I'm sorry about your friend, but this is different, and I really could use your help.
Well, I'll try, but I really don't know much.
Was there anything unusual about him?
Only that he was fighting with his girlfriend, a brunette chick. They were talking real low, but they were definitely arguing.
Well, I'm sure you're not the type to eavesdrop, but did you happen to hear what they were talking about?
No. Every time I came around to see if they needed anything, they stopped talking, like it was some big secret. Not that I was trying to listen. I do remember she paid the bill. He didn't even lift a finger. I guess chivalry is dead, huh?
What time did he leave?
She left first. I don't know exactly, but I think it was around 9:30. He sat alone for a few minutes and then followed her.
Looks like you run a tight ship here. If she paid by credit card, you'd still have the receipt, right?
How'd you know? It's a curse I inherited from my mother. You could eat off her floors. Seriously. Here. I have it.
Thanks for your help.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
I have those test results for you. Let me bring them up here. This flathead screwdriver had the Vic's prints on it, and figures since you found it in his apartment. This document had the victim's fingerprints on it, but that's it. This photograph had prints on it I was able to match to the victim, but that's not too surprising since you found it in his apartment.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look?
This photograph of a telephone has the word Sanchez written on it in black felt marker. I'm not sure about its significance, though. It's a month-to-month rental lease for an apartment in Brooklyn, located at 1604 Argyle Road. It's in Martin Castillo's name. Pretty standard legal terms, it seems. But it seems a little odd to me that a guy who lives in one apartment would need another one so close by. It's a standard-sized flathead screwdriver. Could have been bought at any hardware store in the city.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found.
It took some digging, but we were able to trace that credit card on the receipt to someone named Melinda Brooks. Turns out she's an officer in the 15th Precinct. She lives in Midtown at 542 West 45th.
So the girlfriend's a cop?
Uniform, 15th Precinct. Nothing remarkable about her record, though she put in for the sergeant's exam.
Does she have an alibi?
She lives alone. No one we've spoken to saw her between the time she left Castillo at the Windsor Lounge and roll call this morning.
Go have a chat with her. And Bobby, if you like her, even a little bit, I need to know before IA starts breathing down my neck.
I bet you're here about those analyses. I can bring them up right here. Nothing to report on the receipt. A few partial prints, but nothing I could use to make a match.
Password protected. Could be useful. What's this? Interesting. Interesting. An old murder file. I wonder what was so important about this. Sanchez was right. He was being followed. More evidence that Castillo was following the Sanchez case pretty closely.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Looks like Sanchez's booking report. He didn't go out much.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I was just finishing up some tests for you. Want me to go over the results with you? We were able to find a print on there. Turns out it was the victim's. Not exactly a surprise, as it was taken from his apartment. These photos have the victim's prints all over them. He must have really looked them over good, since it appears he handled them quite a bit. I found some of the victim's fingerprints on that, but that makes sense since you found it at his place.
Bet you're here about those reports you asked for. I got them right here. Those appear to be surveillance photos of Emilio Sanchez, entering his apartment, walking down the street, and talking with various unidentified people. I have no way to tell who took them, but someone was certainly keeping a close eye on Emilio. This booking report includes the details of Emilio Sanchez's arrest on narcotics charges. It indicates that he resisted arrest and had to be subdued. What you have there is a bunch of paperwork related to the Ellen Doherty homicide. Willie Branch was the suspect charged in connection with this shooting death. One thing I happen to notice is that Melinda Brooks was the officer assigned to the case. Wasn't she a friend of Castillo's?
Thanks for taking the time, Miss Brooks.
Sure. What's this about?
His body was pulled out of the East River. Recognize him?
Oh, his name is Martin Castillo. He's a federal prosecutor downtown. He can't be dead. He can't be.
I'm sorry for your loss, but can you tell me when exactly you last saw Mr. Castillo?
Around 9:30 last night at the Windsor Lounge. I left first. I just worked a double shift and I could barely keep my eyes open.
And you went straight home?
Of course I did. But you can't be thinking I had anything to do with this.
So you're a real catch for a guy like Martin.
Me and Martin? It wasn't like that. We were just friends. We grew up in the same neighborhood. He's like a brother to me, that's all.
Witnesses said that you two were having a heated conversation last night.
That's not true. Look, do I need my PBA lawyer? I didn't have anything to do with what happened to Martin.
You're lying to me, whether that's to protect Castillo or yourself. I don't care. It's not for you to say what's important in this investigation. You're a cop, you ought to know that.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to being on this side of the interview. Martin asked for my help on a case he was working. A drug dealer named Emilio Sanchez. Martin's prime witness is in the wind, and he wanted help finding him, but I said I couldn't do it.
The feds have their own investigators. Why would he need to ask you for help?
Well, he said everybody over there had given up on it but him. He had his teeth into this case. Any other time I'd say sure. But I'm working 2 overtime shifts a week now, and I'm trying to study for my detective shield. Something had to give. I thought of all people Martin would understand, but no, he was pretty mad about it. He had that way about him. Make you feel like you kicked a 3-legged dog.
You're a smart cop. You think this Sanchez case had something to do with what happened to him?
I don't know. But he wasn't the same lately. He was getting sloppy. I was worried he was taking the Sanchez thing too personally. I told him he should back off, and he got pissed. Wouldn't like him.
What was so important about this Sanchez case?
Beats me. All I know is that lately, all he talked about. He and Sanchez nearly came to blows at the arraignment. It was like he was obsessed. It didn't seem normal, not even for him.
Appreciate your help.
Sure.
Detective Goren with Major Case. Have time to answer some questions?
Howard Schaefer, Martin's boss. His death is a tragic loss to us both, personally and professionally.
Tell me about the Sanchez case.
Emilio Sanchez, drug dealer and gang leader. Took out his competition in a drive-by a few months ago. Lucky for us, his cousin, Chi Morales, was in the back seat when it happened, and he came forward to testify.
Just like that.
We were skeptical at first, but the kid said he was tired of being scared of Emilio. I assigned the case to Martin because he's great with witnesses, and, well, as brave as the kid was, he still needed a lot of preparation.
When did Chuy Morales turn up missing?
About 3 weeks ago. No sign of him anywhere, just flat out disappeared. We had the FBI turn over every rock in New York, and they got nothing. Almost makes you believe in alien abductions.
Was Martin Castillo close to the boy?
Not that anybody noticed. He did take it hard when the kid went missing, but I think that had more to do with Martin losing his eyewitness.
I can certainly identify with being passionate about a case. Think it went beyond that, though?
I wouldn't exactly call it an obsession, if that's what you mean. I mean, I guess this was Martin's Waterloo, the one case that keeps you up at night. We've all had our share of those.
Why Sanchez?
Who knows? He wasn't any better or worse than the rest of them.
You obviously care about your people. You must have been worried about Castillo.
Yes, I was concerned. I was thinking of taking him off the case. He was short-shrifting his other cases, and it was time to move on.
Did he know that you were thinking about taking him off the case?
The writing was on the wall. It was unusual to put so much into one case. I don't need to tell you we don't have time to spare. In fact, I should be getting back to work myself.
Do you think maybe Sanchez killed Martin because he was pushing too hard to get Sanchez locked up?
Sanchez is a ruthless son of a bitch, but it doesn't make any sense. The longer the Morales kid stays gone, the more likely it is the case will get dropped anyway. You can talk to Sanchez yourself. He's still a guest of the federal government. For now, anyway.
Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Schaefer. Sorry to bother you again. I can imagine this is a very hard time for everyone here. How closely did you work with Martin?
His office is the one next door, so I run into him in the hallways. He kept things close to the vest, mostly, but I knew he was knee-deep in that Sanchez case he was working on. Everybody did.
What was so special about the Sanchez case?
I don't know. Martin was very circumspect about it.
Well, a sharp prosecutor like you must be pretty observant. Happen to notice anything else unusual about Martin's behavior lately?
You kidding? Everything was unusual. You couldn't talk to Martin about anything. I don't know what got into him about that Sanchez case. Nobody did.
Do you have Castillo's home address?
Yeah, on the employee list here. Let's see, 62 Gramercy Park East, apartment 2C.
If there's anything else you think of, please contact me.
Will do.
It's not every day I get a visit from New York's filthiest. What can I not do for you?
Let's talk about Martin Castillo.
I heard about his passing. Too bad for him. My mama always said God was watching out for me. Think I should go to church more?
You must live under a lucky star, Emilio. First Chuy Morales and now Castillo. You ought to buy a lottery ticket.
I don't follow.
put the scare in your cousin, or maybe you just paid him to run, or worse. Castillo was riding your ass pretty hard, but you couldn't buy him off, so you did the next best thing. And we've got proof.
So what? I killed the guy from in here? I ain't Houdini. Why would I give a damn about some lawyer who wants to screw me? You must be new to this job. You think he's the first guy who wanted a piece of me?
I've seen what you do to people who piss you off.
That's business, man. It ain't some corner office with a view, my man. It's the street. We got our own rules. We live by them. Die by them.
Your prosecutor dying on you is a very bad thing, Emilio. Someone else to take over, and there's all that paperwork to do. It wouldn't surprise me if it took a year to sort it all out.
Hey, I don't know what you want from me, but I didn't do nothing to that prosecutor. You got it all mixed up. He had it in for me. Holmes jumped me in the courthouse.
I'm sure you didn't provoke Castillo one bit, did you? What'd you do to piss him off? Brag about killing Chewy?
You crazy? In the courthouse with all them cops? Thing is, I never met the guy. You got it wrong. He says I killed Chewy, but I couldn't do that, man. His family.
Chewy was going to testify against you. Put you away forever.
Castillo was filling Chewy's head up with lies and telling him what to say. You know what I think? Chewy's kicking back somewhere till all his blows over. He couldn't see anything if there was nothing to see. That prosecutor's crazy. He threatened my family. Ask my aunt, she'll tell you. The other day, my little nephew picks up the phone and Castillo is calling me out. I didn't kill the guy, but I ain't sorry he's dead neither.
If I can find a way to connect you to all this, you can bet I'll be back.
You wanted Castillo's cell phone LUDs. Sanchez is innocent as an angel. What a surprise. You check his visitation sheet?
The usual suspects. His lawyer, his grandmother.
So unless Grandma's his hitman, we're back to square one.
Castillo really had it out for this guy Sanchez. It has to be personal. I asked around at the courthouse. The fight at the arraignment was on Castillo. He started it.
Maybe he just had a sore spot for the missing kid. Wouldn't be the first time a prosecutor got attached to his witness. I bet they got a name for it. I bet you even know it.
Castillo called Chewy's grandmother 5 or 6 times a day. Every day.
Find out why. Step into him.
Yes?
Police, ma'am. Can we come in?
I don't know where Chewy is. I don't want to talk to the police anymore. I told that lawyer Castillo to leave us alone.
I know you care about your grandson. Maybe we can help each other.
I don't see how you can help me.
Need something? Witness protection for Chewy Morales. Well, if you think it'll help, I'll see what I can do. Check back with me later. If there's something I can help you with, let me know. You're in luck. I called in some favors and got in protection. The papers are right here.
We can provide witness protection for Chewie.
Okay. If you promise me he will be safe, you can come in. But I only have a few minutes before I have to pick up my granddaughter.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanchez. You said Castillo came to see you.
Once a week. He kept coming back. He said I was hiding Chewie and told me I should turn him over to the police. I told him what I tell you now. I don't know where he is. If he's not dead by now, I think he should stay wherever he is. It's safer that way. Emilio, I don't know what happened with him. He was a sweet boy.
I know this must be a very difficult time for you. But do you think Emilio hurt Chewie?
God only knows, but yes, I'm afraid that's so. I'm not blind to who my nephew is, Detective. God help me, but it's better for all of us if he's in prison.
Did Emilio threaten you?
He has eyes and ears all over the streets, even his own family. I believe he has me followed. That's why I wouldn't go to see Mr. Castillo at his office in Brooklyn. I'm sorry I don't have the address. I think he was trying to scare me into giving up Chewie. I wish I knew if he was okay.
Thank you very much for your time, Mrs. Sanchez. We're going to do everything we can to make sure Chewie will be safe.
If I'm not mistaken, you haven't sent me anything on your case. I'll be more than happy to look into whatever you send my way.
I have those surveillance reports you requested. Let me walk you through them. The subject spent most of the day at his apartment in Brooklyn. He then took a train to the South Bronx and visited with a relative, presumably his mother, in the Glen Oaks Senior Residence Facility. They took a short walk together, and then he returned to his apartment.
Oh, kind of surprised to see you. I don't have anything on your case.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. Melinda Brooks was born and raised in Philadelphia, where her parents and most of her family still reside. She became a member of New York's finest 18 months ago after a 2-year stint with the Philadelphia PD. She's single, although she did have a marriage annulled when she was 22.
Yeah, Walter here. Nothing yet on your suspect, Melinda Brooks. I'm gonna have my guys keep an eye on her a little longer. I've got a feeling she might be up to something. It's Walter here from the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. Emilio Sanchez is a bad guy with a good lawyer. He's got a long list of priors, almost all of them for drug dealing and attempted murder. He's 25 years old and has no known residence. His cousin Chewy is missing and wanted on a witness warrant.
Looks like the surveillance reports you sent over are done. You have time to go over them? Subject has not received any visitors in the past 48 hours. Subject has made 2 calls, both to his Aunt Rosa. The contents of the calls were unknown. Subject left her apartment early, then drove out of the city into Westchester, where she checked into a Twilight motel off Route 9A. She was seen frequently peering out the window as if she was looking for someone or something. Around 1300 hours, Subject drove to the parking lot of a gas supply company and stayed in the car, regularly using a pair of binoculars in attempts of looking inside. Later, the subject entered a local bar or restaurant establishment at around 1700 hours, but apparently slipped out the back. She was off radar until she returned to the same motel where she is currently staying. It all was very suspicious, if you ask me.
Long way from home.
I'm working on my own. I have every right to be here, same as you. And if you can't connect me to your case, I suggest you just leave me alone.
Maybe this would change your mind.
Are you kidding? What's that got to do with me?
These binoculars, they're Russian-made.
Hey, those are my father's.
Got them in Cuba, Russian Army surplus.
How did you know?
The brand. During the Cold War, Cuba got all their supplies from the Russians. What's this? Castillo kept a file on Ellen Doherty. Seems you were the investigating officer. Know why he'd be so interested in that?
It was 5 years ago. Martin was a kid fresh out of law school. He wanted to make a difference. He was prosecuting some loser, a guy named Willie Branch. Some paperwork got lost and the judge let him go. It was a rookie mistake. All he had to do was refile and they'd pick up Branch again. But before he could get the arrest warrant issued, Branch killed Ellen Doherty. She was 6 months pregnant. It took Martin a long time to get over
it. So the guilt must have been overwhelming for Castillo. Is that why he was so obsessed with the Sanchez case?
Martin didn't want any more innocent victims on his conscience. He thought for sure Sanchez would kill Chewie as soon as he got the chance. Martin was doing everything he could to find the kid before his case fell apart.
That black eye you have there looks pretty painful. What happened?
Got elbowed by a collar a couple of days ago. Anything else?
You've been on leave for 2 days. And by the color of your bruise, it's obvious that you got that in the last 20 hours or so. Tell me what really happened.
Martin wasn't the only one who never got over Ellen's death. Her husband, Frank, blamed him for the Willie Branch screw-up. When I heard Martin was killed, I immediately suspected him. When I went to Doherty's apartment last night, I didn't know if I was going to arrest him or blow his brains out.
Did you confront him?
And when I got there, he answered the door, but he wouldn't let me inside. I got into a shouting match, and I tried to push the door open, but he slammed it closed, and I got this.
Where's Frank Doherty now?
That's why I'm here. He lives right around the corner. I've been trying to keep a close eye on him. He's been going to work as usual at Vernon Gas Supply, and then straight home.
If it turns out you cost us this case, I'll see to it you lose your badge.
I did what I had to do. Martin was like a brother to me. And the way I felt last night, I could have shot Frank with a smile on my face.
We'll be in touch.
I'm not sure I understand the connection between Ellen Doherty and Emilio Sanchez.
It's not Sanchez. It's what Sanchez stands for that set him off. Castillo saw the Sanchez case as a chance to make up for his guilt over Ellen Doherty's death. To him, they were the same thing.
He was trying to balance the scales?
When Chewie disappeared, it was Ellen Doherty all over again. He had to do something. He became obsessed with not making the same mistake twice.
but somebody got to him first.
Frank Doherty. Look like standard gloves for a place like this.
Can I help you?
Major case. I just have a few questions. I'd like to speak with Frank Doherty.
He's not here today, and unless you have a warrant, I suggest you leave the premises.
Maybe I can convince you otherwise.
Doubt it. What do you got?
I happened to notice those oxygen canisters over there. You seem to keep them very close to that heater. Definitely a violation of the fire code. Maybe I should get an inspector down here.
Okay, I get the picture. What do you want to know?
Where's Frank Doherty?
I don't know. Try at home. He called in sick.
Frank work on May 20th.
I'm pretty sure he called in sick. Let me check his time card. Yeah, May 20th. Sick day.
You know, it's tough enough to get good employees, but when they call in sick a lot, that's really taking advantage, don't you think?
You got Frank all wrong. Sure, he takes a day here and there. It's the least I could do for a guy like that. All that tragedy in his life. He comes to work, he does his job better than most, and he doesn't complain about it. Around here, that's what you call a model employee.
When did Frank first come to work for you?
About 4 years ago, not too long after his wife got killed. He didn't walk around like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders or anything, but he was quiet, kept to himself. We tried not to bother him too much. After a while, he lightened up a little. He'd grab a beer with us after work, stuff like that.
I can tell you're a perceptive guy. Happen to notice any change in Frank's behavior recently?
A few months ago, he started to miss some days. Called in sick at the last minute, and he'd show up a few hours later like everything was fine. It was like that for a while.
But then things got better?
To be honest, I think it might have had something to do with his wife's death. The memory or something. I think it started around the same time of year of when it happened. Thought he might be going over the deep end, you know? But a few weeks later, he was back to his old self, and we never talked about it. I'm probably talking out of school, but I got the impression he was seeing someone. A shrink.
Sounds like Frank was going through some rough times. What made you think he was getting professional help?
A couple of weeks ago, one of the guys said something about seeing a shrink, and everybody gave him a hard time, except Frank. I remember Frank stood up for him, saying if the guy needed help, he ought to get it. It's not the usual way these guys think around here. This is the original school of take your lumps and tough it out, you know?
Do you know if Frank was on any medication?
If he was taking anything, he didn't tell me. It didn't affect his work. If anything, he was better than he was before.
Thanks for the information. Frank Doherty called in sick on the 20th.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
I don't think anyone has sent me anything about your case yet. If I get something, I'll give you a ring.
Sorry, but I don't have anything yet on your case. If you send something over, I'll put it on the top of my list.
Looks like a cemetery map. Junk mail, this stuff should be illegal. Frank Doherty.
Yes? What's this about?
Detective Goren, major case.
You got something to say to me? You got 30 seconds to say it and get out of here.
You assaulted a New York City police officer last night. She's filing the papers now to press charges.
She never identified herself. All I know is she was threatening me and trying to get into my house. I have the right to defend myself. I told her what I'll tell you. I'm glad Castillo was dead. But it doesn't mean I killed the son of a bitch.
"5 years is a long time to hold a grudge against one man.
How could I forget the name of the man who was responsible for my wife and child's death? If he had done his job, they would still be alive today.
No doubt your loss was devastating, but it was an honest mistake. Castillo didn't pull the trigger. Willie Branch did.
It was just a screw-up to Castillo, but to me it was everything. Doesn't mean I killed the guy. You don't have anything that says I did.
Your time card here from work says you called in sick on May 20th. The day Castillo was murdered.
Yeah, so? Coincidence. I took the day off and visited my wife's grave at Everwood Cemetery. And no, I got nobody to say that I was there, but I was. And you can't prove that I wasn't. I don't have any more to say. I'd like you to leave now. You've been snooping around here long enough. I'd like you to leave now.
It's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I guess nobody gets buried in pine boxes anymore.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Do you work here?
Yes, what can I do for you?
You seem like you know your way around this place. And I'm looking for a particular gravestone. Can you help me?
No, I can't. Sorry. That's not something I know about.
One more thing. Does anything on this note mean something to you here?
No, nothing that... Well, unless the bricklayers is referring to the Masons. I know there are quite a few Masonic graves here.
Thank you.
Hello there, how can I help you?
Could you help me find a particular gravestone?
If it's from the last 2 years, I should have that information around here somewhere.
What about one 5 years ago?
Before my time here. We've been inputting the location map into the computer, but it's taken longer than expected. Without it, I can't help you.
I'm sure you're very busy, but if you could take a look at this note on this map to see if it means anything, I'd really appreciate it.
Let's see here. Main gate. Could be that it's missing an E, like the state. There's a gate here that's dedicated to Spanish-American War veterans. Says, "Remember the Maine" on it. If my memory serves me, the sinking of the USS Maine was the start of that war. It's around this area here on your map.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Must be the one who runs this place. The famous sandstone monument, also known as the Sandcastle. So that's what it is.
Hello.
Mr. Grant?
Yes, who's this?
Detective Goren, a major case. I'm hoping you can help me. I'm looking for a particular gravestone at your cemetery.
Not to be callous, Detective, but there are a few thousand. Unless the name is particularly noteworthy, I doubt I'll be of much service to you.
Wouldn't underestimate a successful businessman like yourself, Mr. Grant. Do you happen to know where I could find the mother with the disappearing son?
If you're referring to Houdini's mother, yes. Tourists take snapshots of her headstone all the time. It's in the northeast area of the grounds.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
You're welcome. Bye, Detective.
Let's see where this map leads us. These look fresh. ex-wife.
It's a shame, you know. The mother died with child. Terrible, terrible tragedy.
A loss of that magnitude is almost unthinkable. You know the man who comes to visit?
Sure do. The husband, poor guy. You gotta feel for him.
How often does he visit?
He used to be one of the regulars, like clockwork, every Monday. He'd sit on the bench there and talk to her. It's sad, really. But I've only seen him once recently. When he didn't show up for all those weeks, I was hoping he had found someone else. 5 years is a long time to spend with the dead. Believe me, I know.
When was the last time you saw him?
Let's see, last Monday or Tuesday, I think. Yeah, it was Tuesday, the 21st, had to be, because I took Monday off. He brought flowers. I said hello, but he didn't answer me. Usually he's pretty friendly.
I'm sure you're real busy keeping the grounds here as nice as they are, but did you happen to notice anything unusual about his last visit?
Come to think of it, he just sat there and cried. After a while, he got up and he said, "I'm sorry," to the headstone. And he just walked away. Got the feeling he wasn't coming back. I hope nothing bad happened to him.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, bye now.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
It's Walter here from the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it.
I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found. After the death of his wife, Frank Doherty quit his job and sold his house. He moved to a small apartment complex in New Rochelle and eventually got work at the Vernon Gas Company in Westchester. He mostly keeps to himself, and his activities are restricted to going to and from work every day. Until 2 weeks ago, however, Doherty was taking a train to New York City at least once a week. He got off at Grand Central Station, but his ultimate destination was not known. Those look like surveillance photos of Frank Doherty driving in his car, at work, and walking down the street. They're all pretty recent. Whoever took those was definitely keeping close tabs on him. This is Frank Doherty's time card from his job at Vernon Gas Supply. Nothing unusual except where it indicates he took a sick day on May 20th, the same day Martin Castillo was murdered. A little suspicious, don't you think? That's a map of Everwood Cemetery with a handwritten note on it. The note's pretty cryptic. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Maybe someone at Everwood could help you figure out what it all means.
I bet you're here about those analyses. I can bring them up right here. These flowers appear to be a few days old. Fortunately, I couldn't find any prints or anything. I could only lift some smudge prints on that, nothing more. That time card had Frank Doherty's prints on it. These photos have Melinda Brooks's prints on them, not surprising since you found them in her possession.
finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found.
Those are freshly cut flowers, probably a few days old. There's nothing special about the vase either, so I can't identify the florist that might have sold them. Sorry.
A few more questions, Mr. Doherty.
This better be quick.
You've been making a lot of trips into the city in the last few months. What are you doing there?
It's none of your damn business, but I do all sorts of things. Walk around the park, visit my wife's grave. All you bastards are alike. You think you can catch us in lies so you can make everything fit together in a nice package. Well, where were you jerks when Willie Branch was out there killing people? I don't have any more to say. I'd like you to leave now.
How's it going? Who did you want to get a warrant for? You convinced me. I'll get you a warrant for Frank Doherty's place.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Science textbook. Pretty fancy letter opener. Pretty strong stuff to use around the house.
Down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I was just double-checking those tests you ordered. Which one did you want to see? I did my best, but I couldn't find any prints on that at all. Looks to me like they were wiped clean. This pack of cigarettes has Frank Doherty's fingerprints on it. This letter has Frank Doherty's prints on it. Not surprising, since it was found at his apartment, and it's signed by him.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. I did my best on that, but I wasn't able to find anything. Sorry about that. The stainless steel letter opener is engraved with the inscription, "Love Always EAD," which just happens to be the initials of Frank Doherty's deceased wife, Ellen. That's about all I can tell you about it, but the crime lab might have been able to come up with more. It's a textbook about forensic crime-solving techniques. There are details about how crime scenes are analyzed, how evidence is collected and tested, and what types of materials can lead to the positive identification of a perpetrator. It's a textbook outlining forensic criminology techniques, copyright 2004. The only thing that stands out about it is that it's signed by Emily Cross. This is a copy of a typewritten letter Frank Doherty wrote to the New York prosecutor's office. It appears that Frank was upset about the handling of the case against Willie Branch. After being set free due to a technicality, Willie was later charged and ultimately convicted in the shooting death of Frank's wife. These men's loafers are size 11. They're the same size and type that made the footprints you found at the crime scene.
I was just double-checking those tests you ordered. Which one did you want to see? These footprints were made by a man's shoe size 11. They are the same size and type as the shoe collected from Frank Doherty's apartment. Good news, Detective. Trace amounts of DNA from the letter opener matched your victim. I did some additional checking, and those stab wounds the victim sustained are consistent with this instrument's size and shape. I'd say you have yourself the murder weapon. Lots of chemicals there used for cleaning. The only prints belong to Frank Doherty. These men's loafers are size 11. They're the same size and type that made the footprints you found at the crime scene. We checked and double-checked, but came up empty there. Not even a smudge print.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look?
Powdered cleanser, bleach, ammonia. These cleaning supplies are widely available to the public, and there's no way to trace where they were purchased, unfortunately.
If you continue to harass me, I'm gonna call my lawyer.
Tell him to meet you downtown. Come with me. The DNA of the blood on this letter opener we found at your house matches the blood of the victim, Frank.
They had OJ's DNA, and he's playing golf in Miami Beach.
Who gave you those textbooks?
I bought them. Don't have much use for TV, but I'm a voracious reader.
I'm just surprised you're so interested in a profession that so wronged you.
I like to read about the times when they get the guy. Makes me feel better.
You didn't read them, Frank? Your prints aren't on any of those books. We know that someone gave them to you.
Okay, I didn't read them. You got me there. You're a real genius.
Who's Emily Cross? She signed one of your forensic books.
I don't know who that is.
Frank, I know you're a bright guy. You could have taken out Castillo 5 years ago at the courthouse during Branch's trial. Why didn't you do it then?
I thought about it, believe me. But life goes on. I'm dealing with it.
Dealing with it alone, or are you getting professional help?
Why would I need a shrink? Some idiot lawyer screwed up and put a killer back on the street, and he shot my wife and child. I don't need to talk to anyone about that. I just want to forget about it.
I want to believe what you're telling me, Frank. Normally, I might, because you're not a killer. I found the letter you wrote to Castillo's boss after your wife's murder. It was very reasonable for a man who suffered through such a tragedy. What changed that turned you into a killer?
Castillo got what he deserved. That's all I care about.
You lied to me, Frank. I know you didn't go to see your wife's grave on the day Castillo was killed. You went the next day.
I got the dates mixed up. Doesn't mean I killed him.
You told your wife that you were sorry. Sorry about what?
Sorry I couldn't help her. Sorry I couldn't be in that hole in the ground instead of her. What do you think? Sorry about everything.
You know what I think, Frank. Ellen would have been mortified at what you did to Castillo, and in her name. I think you know that, and that guilt is killing you.
Don't call her by her first name. You didn't know her. Nobody did. I didn't get a chance to.
We found the victim's blood in your house on the murder weapon. Nothing you can say can refute the evidence. I think the murder didn't do it for you, Frank. The feeling, it's empty, right? All those years of dreaming the same dreams over and over again, and you finally make it happen, and for what? A sinking feeling in your gut that nothing you do will ever change the fact that she's dead. The truth hurts, Frank. And killing Castillo didn't make it hurt any less.
Stop it! You don't know how I feel. You couldn't possibly understand. Nobody could. Nobody.
When is the cycle going to end, Frank? Your wife takes a bullet, you take out Castillo. Melinda Brooks was thinking about killing you when she showed up on your doorstep. All this in the name of revenge. What would your wife think of you now?
Leave her out of this. You didn't know her. She was a beautiful person. She was too good for this world.
I'll tell you what she would think. The bad guys won, Frank. Her death turned you into a monster, just like them. She wouldn't have even recognized you anymore. And that's the legacy you wrote.
Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Ellen, oh, God, help me.
I know you didn't do this by yourself, Frank. We've got evidence someone helped you.
That's not true. I had to stop for a smoke. The body was too heavy. It took forever to drag it to the water.
Someone put you up to this. Murder. That was passionate. That was all you. But the gloves, your clean apartment, those textbooks.
I did it. I killed him. Isn't that what you want to hear? I want my lawyer now.
Sanchez got a walk today. The feds cited Castillo's death as a factor.
Pretty sure the irony is lost on Doherty.
Unknown victim, female. Found dead in her hotel room.
The St. Theodore. Very exclusive place.
The general manager dropped the mayor's name twice. Try to behave yourself.
I can't make any promises.
Unidentified female, looks to be early 30s. We found her on the bed here with a pillow over her face and lacerated wrists.
The wrists happened afterward.
What do you mean?
She didn't cut her own wrists. Look at the wound. The pattern, both hands, the cuts are in the same direction. Who cuts their own wrists from the inside? This was a homicide. Any prints?
Well, none that we found so far. Nobody saw anyone enter or exit the room.
Wasn't the right vintage. Killer covered her face. A nasty head one. Looks like she was struck on the head and dragged here. Those wounds don't look self-inflicted. Probably used this to slit her wrist. Lisa Stokes. With the money intact, we can rule out a robbery. Maybe these are hers. Glass shards. killer probably used this to strike the victim when she wasn't looking. Interesting, it's wet here. Something was spilled in one spot, like it was dumped out. I wonder what this is. Champagne was delivered by someone named Alex Chang. We should probably ask around where to find him. Those room service prices are a crime. No sign of forced entry. What's in here? These are fresh. Why would someone throw them away? So the St. Theodore is a 4-star hotel. Sightseeing brochures. I'm Detective Goren with Major Case. I'm hoping you can help me. Who's Alex Chang?
He's a room service waiter, but he doubles in the bar. I just saw him there serving drinks.
Can you look up who is staying in room 204?
Let's see here. It would be Lisa Stokes.
Know her?
Never met her.
Do you have a home or billing address listed?
The address on file is 560 West 91st.
Thank you.
No problem.
Are you Alex Chang?
Yes, how can I help you?
Detective Goren, major case. Remember this woman in 204?
Oh my god. You mean... I can't believe it. What a shame. She was a real nice lady. Everybody liked her.
Sounds like you knew her well.
Well, not by name, but sure, I've seen her around. She's a regular. We get a lot of locals to stay here on weekends or weeknights.
And do you know why she stayed here?
Hey, whatever I guess do is their business.
Know anyone here who would?
Last week I saw her talking with Javier. He's the concierge. Maybe he'd know.
Word is she liked to party.
Well, as long as she's been coming here, she never ordered anything stronger than bottled water. Now she wants champagne in 2 glasses. I figure she's got a hot date.
I'm sure that you're very respectful of your guests' privacy. But do you remember ever seeing her with anyone in particular?
All I do is bring the room service up. I've never seen anyone in her room.
Was she alone when you brought up the champagne?
I don't know. She met me at the door and asked me to leave the tray outside. I offered to pop the cork, but she wanted to do it herself. She told me it was her birthday. Oh, but when I was standing by the service elevator, I saw her looking down the hall, like she was expecting someone. But there wasn't anyone there.
Thanks for the information.
Sure.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
You're the concierge?
Yes, the St. Theodore is happy to assist the NYPD, of course. But we have a reputation to uphold. Hasn't been easy with the ongoing renovations and all. I hope you'll continue to be discreet in your investigations.
You knew the victim?
Not personally, no. She stays with us from time to time. I've had a few conversations with her, strictly business, of course.
Nice hotel you have here. No wonder she was a regular.
Yes, usually every weekend for 2 nights, and occasionally 1 night during the week. We get a lot of business people who live outside the city. Some just want a weekend away from the ball and chain, you know what I mean?
What was Lisa Stokes' reason?
I couldn't say, Detective. Again, we try to stay out of the way of our guests. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm very busy. If you don't have anything else, I've got some calls to make.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Good to see you. You were right about her wrists. From the angle and direction, it would have been impossible for the victim to inflict them on herself. It appears the killer came up from behind. The blow to the back of the head probably rendered the victim unconscious.
So she was comfortable enough to turn her back on the killer.
The victim might have only been stunned. It appears she was helped to the bed, not dragged.
Or there would have been marks on the carpet.
Exactly. Asphyxiation. The killer used the pillow to suffocate her. The wrist lacerations were definitely post-mortem. You've got some case on your hands.
All right, thank you.
I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found.
That's a nasty head wound. Your victim must have been hit on the head with something. I'm not an expert in this area, but it looks like someone slit their own wrists. I'd want to hear from the medical examiner about it if I were you, though. This piece of glass appears to be a broken shard from some type of wine glass. This pillowcase is 100% cotton, 300 thread count. It's made by a company that supplies a lot of the hotels in the New York area. This empty bottle of champagne was manufactured in France. It could have been purchased from any liquor store in the city. Chemical analysis isn't exactly my area of expertise. Maybe you could check with the crime lab and see if they could tell you anything useful. This broken glass appears to come from 2 broken champagne glasses. Doesn't seem like much of a celebration to me. This room service bill for a bottle of champagne was signed by the victim. Now, the other name on the document, Alex Chang, appears to be the waiter who delivered the order to her room. This keychain includes several keys, including a car key and what is probably a house or apartment key, but there are no identifying marks that would tell us where they were made. The door handle to the victim's hotel room is intact and undamaged. No sign of breaking and entering at all. I'm guessing your victim knew her attacker. This is a woman's leather wallet made in Italy. It contains the victim's driver's license, 3 credit cards, and $60 cash. This bouquet of white roses appears to have been purchased from a florist or corner store. If there's prints on the cellophane, the lab could trace them for you. You never know what you'll find when you scratch the surface, even at a fancy hotel like the St. Theodore. It seems they haven't paid their permit fees on all the renovation work they're doing, so they owe the city more than $10,000 there. That's supposed to be paid up before the construction starts. They're also trying to save money by working with unlicensed contractors, which is a big no-no on a project of that scale. Not exactly doing things by the book, I'd say.
I was just double-checking those tests you ordered. Which one did you want to see? The good news is we found 2 sets of prints on the glass, and one of them is the victim's. The bad news is the other prints aren't in the system. They only have the victim's prints on them. Sorry. Judging by your victim's head wound, I'd say she was hit once with a blunt object, with quite a bit of force, certainly enough to render her unconscious. These lacerations are very deep. There are glass fragments embedded in the wounds, so it would appear they were inflicted with a piece of broken glass. A medical examiner could tell you more. And this piece of glass was hand-blown as consistent with the type of glass used in wine or champagne glasses. There is some blood on the glass, which I matched to your victim. No prints, though, which is strange if she cut her own wrists. Not strange if someone else did it and wiped their prints off. This pillowcase contained some hair strands that I matched to your victim. Not surprising, since it was over her face when you found it. It appears the bottle had some of your victim's blood on it. Could be the perp struck the victim with this bottle. I analyzed the liquid in the carpet and determined it's champagne. I can't tell if it's one of those fancy vintages. This room service bill had a bunch of smudges on it. That's all I could find. Other than the victim's thumbprint, I couldn't find anything useful. This wallet had the victim's prints on it, but that's not surprising. I found several smudged prints on the hotel brochure, but nothing I could use to make an ID. Looks like a nice place, though.
Amazing what a little research can uncover. Turns out the St. Theodore owes the city thousands of dollars in construction permit fees. On top of that, there's the issue of unlicensed contractors. I was just about to call my friends over at the Department of Building and Safety to tell them about the mix-up.
That won't be necessary. Maybe there's some way I can help your investigation instead.
Tell me more about why Lisa Stokes was regular here. The truth this time.
Look, I just didn't want to talk out of school. She'd have visitors come to her room, one after the other, 3 days a week, 8 to midnight, like clockwork. From what I noticed, they were mostly men.
She's a hooker?
Wouldn't be the first one we've had here. Look, all I know is she sees lots of clients. Thing is, she's not like the others. She's real discreet. I've never heard even a word of complaint about her.
Any trouble from the clients?
Come to think of it, there was this one guy who kept coming around. I got the impression she didn't want anything to do with him. I saw them arguing in the lobby once.
You got a name?
No, but you should ask her bodyguard, a guy named Spencer. Big black guy with a British accent. I wouldn't know how to find him, though.
You seem like a very observant person. You notice if she always had her bodyguard with her?
On nights she's here, he's usually not far away. Wait, I saw him earlier, carrying a bouquet.
Was the man you saw carrying roses?
Yes, white roses.
Well, that's all for now.
She lied to the busboy about it being her birthday. By 6 months, she lied. Question is, who was she waiting for with champagne on ice?
A boyfriend, probably. It was someone she knew.
You have a theory.
The pillowcase, the drinks, no sign of forced entry. Whether she was expecting him or not, it wasn't a stranger.
The boyfriend angle sounds right. Start there.
Yes.
We're with Major Case.
What's going on?
Your neighbor, Lisa Stokes, was found dead.
Oh, how horrible! What happened?
She was murdered. Sorry you had to find out this way. Can you tell me how well you knew Miss Stokes?
Not very well. She was a sweet girl, very friendly. Helped my nephew with his schoolwork. Oh, this is just terrible.
Did she have a lot of visitors?
No, her apartment was the quietest one on the whole floor. I used to tease her, you should get a boyfriend. She always said she was working on it.
You're certainly not the nosy neighbor type, but did you happen to notice anything different about Miss Stokes lately?
She seemed very happy. I thought she had finally found Mr. Right. But when I asked her, she didn't come out and say it, just talked around it. I think he might have been married.
Did you see her recently?
I saw her in the lobby when she was leaving for work in the morning. I said hi as I was getting my mail. Oh, I do remember one thing. I saw a green car parked across the street. A Ford, I think. I don't know why I'm even mentioning it, except that Lisa was staring darts at it like she was really mad.
Did you see the driver?
No, the windows were rolled up. Lisa walked so fast in the opposite direction, she was almost running. Then after she left, the car drove off.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Sure hope you find out whoever did this.
Looks like it's locked.
Detective, it's Dr. Douglas from the ME's office. Suzanne and Gerald Stokes are down here to ID the body. If you want to talk with them while they're in town, now would be a good time to swing by.
Well, you must be Lisa's parents. I'm Detective Goren.
Yes, I'm Gerald, and this is my wife, Suzanne.
I just can't believe she's gone. We begged her to move out of the city. It's no place for a single woman. She wasn't happy here.
Mrs. Stokes, you have my word. We're doing everything in our power to find the person responsible. I know this is difficult, but it would help if you can talk to me about your daughter. Was she having problems that you know of? Did she mention someone she was afraid of?
She didn't want us to worry. But I knew she was concerned about something. You can't walk down the street in New York without seeing dangerous people. You're a policeman. You must know the things that go on here. That's why I was so happy she was moving back home to Pennsylvania.
I hope it hadn't been too long since you've been able to see your daughter.
We got to see her just over 2 months ago. She came home for our 40th wedding anniversary. I know we should have seen each other more, but she was always so busy with work, and we don't really like coming here. You have to understand, Thomasburg, where we're from, it's a very small town. New York is like a foreign country to folks like us.
It's obvious you're a tight-knit family, but sometimes children don't confide everything to their parents.
Our family has always been very close. We don't have any secrets.
But it's been a difficult year. Our only son was killed in Iraq 7 months ago. It's not something you recover from.
Our faith in the Lord has kept us strong.
About her friends, her boyfriend.
Oh my God. Jerry doesn't know yet. He was her fiancé. If I knew how to contact him, I'd call him now, but I only saw him when they were together. He's a nice young man.
He came to Thomasburg with Lisa for our anniversary.
I know the very thought must be very painful right now, but do you have any insight why Lisa wasn't happy in New York?
At first, she was taken in by the excitement. You know how young people are. I think she just missed her family and friends more and more. I think that's why she decided to come back home.
Must give you some comfort that Lisa is with God now.
That's not for me to say, but wherever she is, I know he's watching over her.
Thank you for speaking with me, Mrs. Stokes.
Of course.
Design sketches. Could be useful. Wonder who this is. Bedtime reading? I could use a massage.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Tickets for a concert next month at the Garden. There's indentations here. Someone was writing on this. There's indentations here. Someone was writing on this. Interesting.
It's Walter here from the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it.
Renee speaking.
This is Detective Goren, major case. I have some questions about Lisa Stokes.
Of course, we're all in shock. It's a terrible, terrible tragedy.
I'm sure it's been difficult for everyone there at Von Dearden. Do you mind telling me what kind of employee Miss Stokes was?
Oh, the best. She was our top designer. Her ideas were always original and fresh. I was always afraid she would leave and open her own shop, but she was very loyal to us. This is where she got her first break.
I'm sure you were respectful of her privacy, but do you know anything about her personal life? Boyfriends?
No, and honestly, we always wondered why she was so private. In our business, gossip is like an Olympic sport. But it's not that she was a prude, she just had her boundaries. I think part of it was she was from a small town.
Did she have any trouble with anyone? Threats?
None that I know of. Just doesn't make sense.
Do you know that she often stayed at the St. Theodore Hotel on weekends?
No, I didn't. She was like that, though. She kept things to herself. I'm sure gonna miss her.
Thanks for your help.
You're welcome. If there's anything we can do at Von Dearden, please let me know.
happier days. Password protected. Shiatsu, of course. What's this? The patron saint of travelers. Wonder what she keeps in here. Wonder what she keeps in here. Maybe Jay didn't appreciate our victim's extracurricular activities.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
Excuse me, Mrs. Stokes? We found part of a letter your daughter wrote to you in her apartment. She seemed to be wrestling with something personal.
I have no idea what that could be. She wrote to us often about all sorts of things. I don't remember anything like what you describe.
Would it be possible for me to see those letters?
I couldn't save all of them. You see, Lisa was quite prolific. She was homeschooled according to God's word, and we've always encouraged her to write to us. I believe the written word is so much more civilized than using the telephone, don't you, Detective? And Lisa wrote beautiful letters to us.
Thank you for speaking with me, Mrs. Stokes.
Of course.
Thank you for your kindness. And my wife says there aren't any good people in New York.
I'm sure that you want to protect your wife's feelings, but when I spoke to her, she gave me the impression that Lisa wasn't happy in New York. Do you agree with her?
My wife wouldn't like me saying this, but Lisa loved it here.
Your wife told me Lisa was moving back to Thomasburg.
Suzanne has a tendency to get ahead of herself. Lisa was stubborn. I think the apple didn't fall very far from the tree.
You and your wife must have been very proud of your daughter. She talked much about her life in New York?
Well, she wrote to us once a week or so. Her mother insisted on it. Suzanne would get such joy reading her letters to me. But the letters were just chatty things about her work, her neighbors, nothing very specific. Well, except for Jerry, she didn't talk much about her friends.
Do you know how we can reach Jerry?
Jerry Fulton's his name. About to become a partner at a law firm downtown, I believe.
The letter in Lisa's apartment that I mentioned to your wife. Something about a big decision she was going to make.
I don't know what it could be, other than moving back to Thomasburg. You know, I didn't think much of it then, but she tried to talk to me at the anniversary dinner. I'm afraid I'm not very good with those things. Now I know I should have at least listened. It's a cruel fate for a parent to outlive their children.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for being so kind to us.
Mr. Fulton available?
Yes, go right in.
Mr. Fulton?
Yes?
I want to talk to you about Lisa Stokes.
Lisa? Why? What happened?
She was found murdered 2 nights ago.
Oh, God, no. What happened? Who killed her?
Well, we were hoping that you could help us with that. I can understand what a shock this is, but can you tell me the last time you saw Lisa?
the day we got back from Pennsylvania. We went to her parents' anniversary party together.
When was that?
2 months ago. I was surprised to hear from her, actually. She broke up with me a few months before that, but she called to ask me to go with her to the party. I thought we might get back together, but the same spark wasn't there.
And you haven't seen or talked with her since?
No.
We found your love letters in the apartment. Clearly, you weren't over the relationship.
What letters?
Love always, Jay.
I didn't write those. I mean, I cared about it, but it was over.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
I was just double-checking those tests you ordered. Which one did you want to see? We got a hit on the prints. They belong to a Spencer Hastings. He's a British citizen, but his last known address is here in New York, 124 Spring Street. It seems like the Vic was taking her time writing this letter. The handwriting is very orderly and neat, and she was pressing down hard with her pen. She was clearly thinking about everything she wrote. The computer had your victim's prints on it, all right. The contents of the hard drive is something the research unit could look into. Whoever Jay is, they seem to have pretty strong feelings for your victim. If you come up with handwriting samples for any of your witnesses, send them over and I'd be glad to see if they match. Maybe if we can figure out who Jay is, we can figure out what happened to Lisa Stokes.
To-do list.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. Gerald Stokes grew up in Thomasburg, Pennsylvania, where he currently resides with his wife Suzanne of 40 years. Gerald is a deacon at their local church. He's a retired factory worker and spends much of his free time hunting and fishing. Jerry Fulton graduated from New England School of Law and is junior partner at Klein & Cash, where he puts in about 70 hours a week. He has no prior arrests or convictions. However, he is currently involved in a lawsuit with the city over a series of unpaid parking tickets.
It appears that someone was writing a letter on that pad of paper, and from the contents, the author appears to be struggling with some personal issues.
Suzanne Stokes has been married to her husband Gerald for 40 years. They are deeply religious and extremely involved with their local church in Thomasburg, Pennsylvania. Suzanne makes a twice-monthly trip to visit her sister in New Jersey. They have 2 cars registered to their names, a 1999 beige Ford Explorer and a 2003 green Ford Taurus. Their only son, Eric Stokes, was killed in combat during the Gulf War.
I did my best on that, but I wasn't able to find anything. Sorry about that.
Hello, Walter Harris here from the surveillance unit. We finished detailing your suspect, so come by to hear what we found. I have those surveillance reports you requested. Let me walk you through them. Subject left his work at Klein & Koch Law Firm at 1930 hours and walked 8 blocks to the City Athletic Club, where he remained for 2 hours. Subject then took a cab to his residence on Amsterdam Avenue. Subject remained at his residence until 0400 hours the following morning when he returned to his workplace. Subject left the morgue at 1300 hours and drove to the Bryant Funeral Home, where he remained for approximately 45 minutes. Subject then made the return trip to his home in Thomasburg, Pennsylvania. After leaving the morgue at 1300 hours, your subject drove with her husband to the Bryant Funeral Home and spoke with a number of people. Afterwards, she made the return trip to her home in Thomasburg, Pennsylvania.
From the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I'm not quite done with what you sent over. I'll finish them up as soon as I can.
I'm still working on what you sent over. Give me a little more time to finish it up.
Spencer?
Who are you?
Detective Goren made your case. We found your prints on the bouquet you left at the St. Theodore. And we have multiple eyewitnesses placing you at the hotel around the time Miss Stokes was killed.
I was there. I spoke to her on the phone earlier in the evening, around 6. She asked me to pick up some white roses. When I got to her room at the hotel, she didn't answer the door, so I left them outside and went on my way. I never saw her.
You were Miss Stokes' bodyguard?
No, just friends. That's all. That's honestly all I know, Detective. Unless there's something else, I'm very busy.
I really don't have anything else to add.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look? Spencer Hastings is a British citizen, but his last 3 known addresses were all in New York City. He has 3 prior arrests for battery or attempted battery, and 1 conviction for misdemeanor assault, which he is currently on probation for.
From the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it. Looks like the surveillance reports you sent over are done. You have time to go over them? Looks like your man Hastings is in a big hurry to leave the country. He bought a one-way plane ticket to London from a travel agent in Midtown, then went back to his place and started packing up his belongings.
I've made some mistakes in my past, I admit it, but I'm not a killer. Okay, so I have a record and I'm not a US citizen. which means I go back myself or I end up getting deported.
I think we better continue this conversation downtown. Now would be a good time to stop lying and tell me about what was really going on between you and Miss Stokes.
There was nothing going on between us, not like that. It was strictly business. She hired me to be her bodyguard. She had had some trouble in the past and wanted someone to watch out for her.
You were her bodyguard or her pimp?
Where did you get that from? She was a masseuse. She was amazing, the best in town. All her clients knew the ground rules, nothing sexual at all.
You were obviously close to her. Weren't you worried when she didn't answer the door?
She doesn't answer if she's in the middle of a session. She didn't like to be interrupted. When I heard about it later, I got scared. I didn't want the police to try to pin it on me.
Miss Stokes thought enough about you to bring you into her confidence. But did you notice anything different about her behavior recently?
Sure, she seemed excited about something, and she said things were going to be different from now on. I haven't the slightest what she meant.
She didn't seem to have much trouble because of you.
It was rare, but every so often a client would want more than a massage, and Lisa relied on me to put them straight. Her clients weren't a hardcore bunch, if you know what I mean. Mostly corporate types with wives and families, and quite a few women, too.
What about her private life? Was she seeing anyone?
There was this one bloke, Jerry something or other. He was pretty sweet on her, but Lisa broke it off about 6 months ago. He was quite persistent. I had to make a special effort to get him to back off, but once we had ourselves a little chat, he stopped coming around.
Was there anyone else?
He was the only one I knew about. Lisa didn't talk much about her private life, that's why her clients didn't give her much trouble. She was very clear about boundaries.
Well, that's all for right now.
She wouldn't be the only masseuse in New York to offer a happy massage.
Spencer says she was strictly business.
Well, maybe one of her clients wouldn't take no for an answer, like this Jerry Fulton character. There had to be a good reason why she sent her bodyguard after him.
A few more questions, Mr. Fulton. Why didn't you tell me that Ms. Stokes sent a bodyguard to tell you to stop stalking her?
It's not what you think. I admit I acted like an idiot, but I was frustrated. When we broke up, it was so sudden. She literally changed overnight. I thought she was just being indecisive. I loved her. I didn't want to just let it go, but when she made it clear she was through, I backed off.
You mean her bodyguard made it clear?
Yeah, okay, so what? But it wasn't just the bodyguard. I got a feeling she was seeing someone else.
You have any idea who Lisa was seeing?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's over, at least. That's what I figured when she called me a couple of months ago, out of the blue, and she's all sugar sweet. She said she wanted me to be her date for her parents' 40th. I thought I was getting a second chance, but after that weekend it was the same old Lisa. I think Lisa just took me to make her parents happy. They bugged her a lot about being single.
We have multiple eyewitnesses placing you at the St. Theodore Hotel the night Lisa was murdered.
You're trying to intimidate me. That's not true.
Where were you on the night of her murder?
I was here, prepping for a deposition with one of our partners and a client. Lisa broke my heart, but it didn't matter. I still loved her.
Thank you.
I have those test results for you. Let me bring them up here. Sorry, it's not a match. Mr. Fulton didn't write those letters.
I was just wrapping up those reports for you. Want to go over the results?
That contact list you found on the victim's hard drive was pretty straightforward. Just a bunch of names, addresses, and phone numbers of what I assume were her clients. There was one entry that stuck out. This one here. It's like it's in code or something. Maybe you can help me figure it out. Oh, Kirkwood. Very good, Detective. It's not a common name, so maybe I'll be able to track them down. I'll give you a call when I find something out.
What's this?
Well, I know it's not in the best of shape, but I've had that briefcase for years. That was our anniversary last year. My wife's idea. I have a subscription to Business Monthly.
Detective Goren made your case.
Tom Kirkwood, mind telling me what this is about?
Lisa Stokes, ring a bell?
I don't know who Lisa Stokes is. I've never seen this woman in my life.
You're an important man with a reputation, but that doesn't explain why you're being so secretive, unless there was something more going on between you and Lisa.
There's nothing going on. I don't even know this woman.
Lisa Stokes was murdered. You were her last appointment that night.
Appointment for what? I told you. I've never seen her or had any kind of appointment with her, and I certainly didn't kill her.
So what were you doing at the St. Theodore Hotel on the night of the murder?
I wasn't anywhere near there. I had a dinner meeting uptown.
Who'd you have dinner with?
I don't see why I have to tell you that.
Because this is a murder investigation, and at this point, you're a suspect.
I was with a colleague, a female colleague. Nothing happened, but it wasn't for lack of trying. My wife and I have been distant for a long time.
Sometimes, no matter how hard you work, a marriage can go south. How long have you been having problems?
About 6 months or so. I've been very patient, but it's getting harder. It's falling apart, and it's killing me. The tough thing is, Jenna seems okay with it somehow.
Do you think that your wife could be seeing someone else?
I don't know. I guess it's possible, but if she is, I don't know who he is, and I don't want to know. What's this have to do with this woman's murder?
Probably nothing. Just trying to cover all the bases. Thank you for speaking with me, Judge.
I'm sorry I couldn't help you more.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
All the A-list celebrities turn out for the premiere. Creative Advertising Review. We got a nice little write-up last issue. That's a preliminary mock-up for an ad for the new movie with Colin Farrell.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Just some recent press clippings.
Could be useful. I need to talk to you about your husband.
What is this about?
We're investigating the murder of Lisa Stokes.
I read about that in the paper, but what does that have to do with Tom?
We believe your husband had an appointment with Ms. Stokes around the time she was killed.
That was my appointment. She was my masseuse from time to time, and my sciatica had been acting up, so I'd made an appointment for that night, but my back stopped hurting on its own, so I canceled earlier that day.
We found letters in Lisa's apartment signed by someone whose name begins with J. Do you happen to know if she was seeing someone in particular?
There was one guy she spoke about. I think his name was Jerry. I wish I knew more, but I don't.
Thanks for your time.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Hello, Walter Harris here from the surveillance unit. We finished detailing your suspect, so come by to hear what we found.
I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found. Judge Tom Kirkwood is 46 years old and has been married to his wife Jenna for 12 years. He's an avid jogger and has run in several marathons, including Boston. He was appointed to the United States District Court in 1998. Prior to that, he was a public defender.
This photograph is of Judge Tom Kirkwood, taken by the Statue of Liberty. And this is a photo of Judge Tom Kirkwood and his wife Jenna at a sporting event. I'm not sure how it could help you, but it might be good for identification purposes. Maybe you want to check back at the hotel. Just a handwritten note, nothing unusual about it that I could see.
Those test results you wanted are in. I can walk you through them if you like. Tom Kirkwood's fingerprints are on the frame. Not surprising, since it was in his office. Tom Kirkwood's fingerprints are on the frame. Not surprising, since it was in his office. Sorry you wasted a trip over here. I couldn't come up with anything for you this time.
I have those surveillance reports you requested. Let me walk you through them. Subject spent the entire day in his courtroom on 1 Center Street. Subject spent his lunch hour in the office. Subject left his work at 1700 hours and met his wife at the Babbo restaurant in Greenwich Village, where they remained for 2 hours. Subject took a cab to his residence, where he remained until the following morning. Subject jogged through Central Park at 0500 and arrived at 1 Center Street at 0800.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. Jenna Kirkwood is 37 years old and works for ClearPoint Media, a PR firm. She and her husband Tom have been married for 12 years and have no children. She grew up in a small town outside Boise, Idaho, and moved to Manhattan when she was 18 to attend NYU.
This appears to be a to-do list, nothing out of the ordinary.
Hello, Walter Harris here from the surveillance unit. We finished detailing your suspect, so come by to hear what we found. Looks like the surveillance reports you sent over are done. You have time to go over them? Subject left work at 1400 hours and took a cab to her residence on Central Park West. Subject remained there until 1730 hours, where she met her husband at Babbo restaurant.
I'm still working on what you sent over. Give me a little more time to finish it up.
wondering if I could show you something.
Sure, what?
Look familiar?
I don't recognize him, but her I've seen. Friday night regular with Miss Stokes. Matter of fact, I saw her on the night of the murder.
Did she go upstairs?
Sure, but she didn't stay long. I saw her running out about half an hour later. Looked pretty upset.
What time was that?
Couldn't say exactly, but it had to be before 9. That's when my shift was over.
Well, that's all for now. You haven't been honest with me.
What do you mean?
Let's take a ride downtown. Why'd you leave out the fact that you were at St. Theodore on the night of Miss Stokes' murder?
I was afraid you think I had something to do with this, but I didn't. I went up to her room for my massage and she was laying there dead. I freaked out and ran. Look, I'm not going to be your scapegoat. If you don't have anything else, I'd like to go.
I'd like an explanation for this.
I don't have anything to do with that.
I was just double-checking those tests you ordered. Which one did you want to see? You hit the bullseye. Whoever wrote this was the author of the letters to your victim. Whoever Jay is, they seem to have pretty strong feelings for your victim.
We've got proof you wrote Lisa these letters.
Yes, it was me. You wouldn't understand.
I want the truth about what happened that night.
I was there, but I swear I didn't kill her. I couldn't. I loved her. You probably have some picture in your mind about what Lisa and I had, and you'd be wrong. It was a very special relationship to both of us.
And you were celebrating something that night, weren't you? And that's what the champagne was for.
It was our 6-month anniversary. She said she was planning something. I got there at 8. She always leaves an extra key for me. And she was there, lying on the bed.
Then what happened?
I know I should have stayed, but I got scared. Look, my marriage is pretty much over, but I didn't want Tom to find out that way. He's an important man. The revelation would hurt his career.
Do you remember seeing anyone or anything out of the ordinary when you left the hotel?
I was so upset I just ran out. I stepped off the curb when I was waiting for my car and I nearly got run over. And it was so strange. The car had one of those fish things on it, you know, the religious symbol. It just made me think what kind of god harms a beautiful person like Lisa.
Remember anything else about the car?
I didn't see who was driving. I do remember it was green, though.
So out of respect, you put the pillowcase over Lisa's face.
No, it was already there. I really loved her, and now she's gone and no one will ever know. Do you have any idea how horrible that is?
Did your husband know about you and Lisa?
God, no. I mean, I think he suspected something was wrong, but I think he was still hoping we'd work things out. I really do have sciatica. I was in a car accident and was having back problems. A friend recommended Lisa. I didn't expect to fall in love with her. Neither one of us did. It just happened.
I'm sure you were trying to spare your husband's feelings, but were you considering divorce?
I wanted to be sure about Lisa first. She was very confused at first, not toward me, but herself. Her family's very conservative, and she was afraid they would totally freak out. She was trying to get up the nerve to tell them.
Thank you for your honesty.
Your theory doesn't fly if the mother didn't know her daughter was gay. Right now, you don't have any proof that she did.
Yet.
If I'm not mistaken, you haven't sent me anything on your case. I'll be more than happy to look into whatever you send my way.
Oh, kind of surprised to see you. I don't have anything on your case.
What's up? Who did you want to get a warrant for? All right, I'll call the judge and get a warrant to search the Stokes residence.
Marjorie is. A rotary phone. Haven't seen one of these in ages. Faith is important in times like these, isn't it?
It's more than important. It's all we have. I thank God for the strength He's given me.
I'm sure it's been very difficult for you. What do you say to a God who brings you news that your daughter is a big disappointment?
Lisa wasn't a perfect child, but she was never a disappointment.
I could imagine how upset you were when she told you she was in love with a woman.
I will not allow you to smear my daughter in that way. She was engaged to a man, Jerry.
Lisa knew you wouldn't approve, and that's why she hid it from you all these years. But she met someone special and decided she didn't want to keep secrets from her parents anymore.
These are lies. It goes against everything we taught her.
You lost your only son, and Lisa was going to be the last of the bloodline, your last chance for grandchildren. It's the most natural thing in the world for a woman to grow up and get married and want to have children. You must have spent a lot of time asking yourself, why?
Please stop this. Homosexual behavior is a sin against God.
All right. No accounting for taste. Tri-County Gazette. Must be the local paper. But these records are collector's items. These magazines are 8 months old. Mr. Stokes.
Yes.
You knew that your daughter was gay, didn't you?
That's a lie. Lisa was a perfectly normal girl.
Let's assume, for the sake of argument, that she was gay. How would that make you feel?
Well, I believe that as a Christian, we have a scriptural mandate to love and care for all the people in the world, including those whose lifestyle choices we don't agree with.
I know it would be hard for me to talk about these things with my dad. Do you think your daughter felt she could come to you with such a revelation?
If it were true, and I'm certain it's not, I hope she would know that she could talk to me about things that troubled her. We're not barbarians, Detective. We would give her love, and with God's help, we would have gotten through it.
You raised your children to be tolerant, and you tried to set a good example for them.
Well, no parent is perfect, but yes, I tried to be a good model.
I see you've been a good role model for Lisa. Do you think your wife is as tolerant as you?
Well...
This is a very comfortable home. I can see how you'd enjoy living here. When was the last time you were in Manhattan by yourself?
Gosh, I can't even remember. It's been years.
You have an American car, right?
We always buy American. We have a Ford.
What color is it?
Green. Why?
Do you have one of these symbols on your car?
Yes, me and millions of other Christians. Why?
Just curious. Did you use your car to go anywhere special on the night your daughter died?
No, I was home. My wife was in Camden visiting her sister Marjorie. She goes every other week and stays overnight. She can't see very well when it gets dark.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
Those test results you wanted are in. I can walk you through them if you like. This fish magnet had a thumbprint on it that I matched to Suzanne Stokes.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look?
This fish symbol magnet could have been purchased at any religious bookstore or gift shop. And they're pretty common, and unfortunately, there's no way to trace it.
Interesting. It's from Lisa.
Hello?
Is this Marjorie?
Yes, it is.
I'm with Major Case. Sorry about your loss.
Thank you.
sure Lisa was a wonderful niece. When did you see her last?
It was far too infrequent. I think it was last Thanksgiving.
I can imagine that this has been a very difficult time for your sister, Suzanne.
Of course it is. She lost both her children in 1 year. I knew it was a bad sign when she had the car trouble and had to cancel her visit a few days ago. And all this happened. It's like a bad dream.
Thank you, Marjorie.
Bye-bye.
Excuse me, Mrs. Stokes. When we searched your home, we found her letter in your Bible. We know Lisa told you she was gay.
She didn't mean that. She was angry at me. It was shameful.
Is that why you killed her?
Only God can grant life and death.
We spoke to your sister. You didn't go to see her.
I drove into the city to talk to Lisa. That's all we did was talk. She came to her senses. She realized she was wrong in the eyes of God, and she resolved to take a different path. We prayed together, and I left.
Based on the crime scene evidence, we think that whoever attacked Lisa would have had to suffer some injuries as well. Roll up your sleeves.
You can't make me do that.
I could get a court order, but in the meantime, you'd be sitting in a holding cell.
I don't care what you do to me. I did what any mother would do to protect her family. I told her she was better off dead. She didn't have the guts to do it herself.
You said it was for God to decide what happened to Lisa, and that's why you tried to make it look like a suicide. And that would be a sin against God. You could go back to your church, and they would understand. But a gay daughter? That was a reflection on you, and the shame was unbearable. Death wasn't enough, was it?
Punish the sinners.
I'll never understand how anyone could kill their child in the name of God.
She couldn't live with the shame. In her mind, what she did was justified.
She'll have plenty of company in prison. Bank vice president beaten to death in his own house in broad daylight. The daughter called it in.
Bankers aren't real popular these days.
Find out who didn't like this one.
We found him in the foyer here. Name's James Warren. Looks like a pretty bad beatdown.
A surprise attack?
Well, it sure looks that way. Multiple skull fractures. The Vic's daughter, Rachel, is over there. She says nothing's missing.
This wasn't a robbery. These blows, the killer couldn't stop himself. It was personal. First blow was to the back of his head, probably killed him. Bruising on his forearms, probably tried to protect himself. question, we have our murder weapon. There's cash still on his wallet. We can rule out a robbery. Dog leash. Door was closed. Someone locked him in here. Wonder if our victim wrote this. The last 3 issues of Economic Digest. Our victim. Cashmere, he had expensive taste. The contractor's estimate seems he was planning to redo the master bathroom. Vomit. Looks fresh.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Excuse me, Rachel.
Yes?
My name is Detective Goren. Can I have a word with you?
Okay.
I'm very sorry for your loss. What time did you find your father?
I got here a little after 1. I found him lying there. God, who would do such a thing?
What'd your father do?
He's a vice president at Canarsie Bank. He's been there for years. Everybody loves him.
It's a very nice place. Does your mother live here too?
No, they divorced this year. It was tough on both of them, especially my father. He made some mistakes, and my vindictive mother is very determined to make them pay for them.
He was seeing other women?
What difference does his personal life make? Some crazy person broke in here and murdered him. What other explanation is there?
There's no sign of a break-in. Nothing was stolen. Repeated blows to the head and body after he was already dead. Whoever killed your father knew him and wanted him dead in the worst way.
Well, it wasn't anybody I know. Certainly not my mother.
I can see that you want to protect your father, but if you want to help him, you have to answer my questions. Why is he seeing other women?
There was one. Her name is Sheila Rogers. They worked together at the bank. But it's been over for a while. My father came to his senses and ended it, but the damage was already done.
sound like you were on your father's side.
My mother means well, but she was hard on him. But that doesn't mean she wanted him dead.
Do you blame her for the divorce?
God, no. I love my parents dearly, but some people probably shouldn't be together. They fought a lot. My mom likes being one of the beautiful people. My dad prefers being at home with his dog watching a Mets game. His idea of excitement was to take Charlie for a run in the park. What my father did was wrong, but they were headed for a fall a long time before that.
Was your mother happy with the settlement?
My father didn't fight over that. The only reason it was contentious was because she was hurt. She didn't know any other way to get back at him.
Where is she now?
Oh, God, it's her salon day at Visage. No one's told her. I bet she doesn't even know yet.
What's your mother's name?
It's Andrea Warren. She's still using her married name even though they divorced.
Your father's dog was found in the study with the door closed. Any idea why?
Well, my father didn't put him there. Charlie had the run of the house, but he was not allowed in the study. Not since he peed on the rug Dad brought back from Thailand. It was one of those rules that was never broken.
We believe the murder weapon was a baseball bat. Do you know if your father owned one?
I don't ever remember him having one around the house.
Thank you.
So you got a bitter ex-wife, the other woman who's supposedly out of the picture now, and a daughter who's pretending to be okay with it all.
One big happy family.
What can I do for you? The initial blow to the back of the head is what killed him. He probably didn't feel anything after that. The first blow knocked him unconscious, then he was struck several more times on the head and neck post-mortem. No doubt in my mind, it was that bat you found. From the nature of the injuries, the victim was on the floor and the perp swung downward. Fractured his skull in 8 places. It was vicious.
The only thing that stopped the perp was the bat breaking.
That's the size of it. All indicators point to a time of death between 8 and 10 a.m.
All right, thank you.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I bet you're here about those analyses. I can bring them up right here. The vomit was definitely not your victim's. We analyzed it and found that it contained traces of chocolate and nuts as well as thorazine. So you're looking for a guy with a Hershey's bar with almonds and a prescription for antipsychotic medication. The bat's clean. The killer apparently wore gloves. The good news is we found a small piece of leather that was caught in the splinters, probably from black leather gloves. Your victim was struck with a blunt object multiple times. The ME could let you know if this was the cause of death, if she hasn't already. And the bruises on the victim's outer forearms are quite severe. They look as though they were made by a blunt object. Looks like he was lifting his arms trying to fend off his attacker and protect his head. No go, Detective. We only found the victim's prints on this. I couldn't find any foreign hairs or fibers in the dog's fur that would give us any new information. Nothing on his paws either. It's a shame what happened to his owner.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look? This is a Louisville Slugger game-used baseball bat, signed by New York Mets catcher Mike Piazza. Based on my research, it seems to be worth about $300 to $500. We were able to trace it by the hologram sticker on the barrel to Hometown Sports, a memorabilia store in Queens. An American-made leather wallet. It contained a driver's license, a few credit cards, and $120 in cash. No suspicious activity on the cards in the days leading up to the murder. It's a purebred beagle, around 5 years old. His tag lists his owner's phone number and his city license number. I hear they make great bets. This appears to be vomit. I'd see if the lab could help you analyze it. The crime lab is more suited to interpreting these types of injuries than I am. Sorry. Looks like someone was pretty angry with your victim, judging by the repeated blows to his head.
Photo op with the mayor. Golf trophy from 92. An autographed baseball. Blank loan forms. I'm Detective Goren. Mind answering some questions about James Warren?
Of course. Anything I can do to help your investigation. I'm Gail Pearson, Executive Vice President here at Canarsie.
No doubt everyone here is saddened by this news. Was Warren well liked here?
Very much so. James was a good man. To say we are all devastated by his loss would be a gross understatement.
What did Warren do here?
He headed our residential loan department. He had a tough job. Back in the 90s, we basically said yes to anybody with a bank account and driver's license. But things have changed. James took his job to heart. He was the kind of person who didn't like to say no.
As a supervisor, I'm sure you'd be quick to notice if there were any personal relationships going on between members of your staff.
James kept things pretty close to the vest, but it was obvious his divorce was taking a toll. I'd like to say the whole thing was unexpected, but his relationship with Sheila Rogers was, in a word, unfortunate. It was awkward for everyone.
What is Sheila's current status at Canarsie Bank?
Oh, she's no longer with us, but it had nothing to do with their personal relationship. James discovered that Sheila was making significant errors on her loan documents. It was kept quiet only to protect the company. Whatever damage she did, we were thankfully able to reverse it.
I can see it was a difficult situation that you had to handle very delicately. How did Miss Rogers react?
She threatened to sue us, of course, but we were able to reach an agreement. She was angry at James, but he followed procedure. He turned the matter over to Bill Yamada, who handled the internal investigation.
What were the findings of the investigation?
We never got that far. Sheila agreed to resign, and we closed the matter. It was the best thing for the company.
Thank you, Miss Pearson.
Anything else I can do, let me know.
What's this? Mr. Yamada.
Yes?
Detective Goren. I'm here about James Warren.
Yeah, I heard. I can't believe it.
Can you think of any reason that someone would want to hurt Mr. Warren?
No, it's just ridiculous.
What about an unhappy customer?
Well, actually, there maybe was one. The thing you learn about this business is that everybody thinks they deserve the money. But there was one customer about a month back who came in making a fool of himself, not that he was focused on Jim directly. Thing is, Jim fired the security guard who threw the guy out of the bank. He was just doing his job. The customer was way out of line.
What was the name of the security guard?
Gordon Dixon. Real shame. He worked here for 18 years.
Think Sheila Rogers had an axe to grind?
She got a good settlement here. Why would she jeopardize that? Besides, I got the impression that she and Jim weren't on bad terms, even after all that happened between them.
I bet you did a pretty thorough job investigating the accusations that Miss Rogers falsified documents. What were your findings?
I never finished the work. Jim told me to back off, and a couple of days later, Sheila cleaned out her desk. She was a good employee, but I was glad to see her go. Jim seemed a lot calmer after that.
If you think of anything else, let me know.
Sure will.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
That's my jacket from my new job. Will you read Fish and Game Hunter 2? The new job doesn't pay as well. I've been falling behind a little.
Maybe if Warren didn't fire you.
I know you're trying to get me to say something about that man, but the fact is, I'm not about that. You can't go through life holding grudges. I'll take on some extra shifts and be caught up before you know it. I caught that trout in Ithaca last year.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about James Warren.
I heard Mr. Warren's dead. I'm sorry about it, but I don't bear him no ill will. If it's the same to you, I'd rather not talk out of turn, if you know what I mean.
You seem like a good guy. I'm supposed to take you down to the precinct if you don't cooperate. I'd just as soon we talked right here. Were you angry at Warren for firing you?
I guess the thing is, I didn't much understand it. I followed procedure to the letter, and that is to escort any unruly customers off the premises. And Mr. Warren very well knows this. This guy was so out of control, I had to get physical with him, which I never want to have to do.
I can understand why you'd feel frustrated. Do you remember the customer's name?
I didn't get the fella's name, but he was yelling something fierce about how the bank killed his son. He was using some pretty colorful language. And there were women and children in the bank, and I had to do something.
What did Mr. Warren do?
He told me the guy had a right to speak his piece. I know that's what they teach us and all, but truly, this man was acting crazy. I think the guy threatened to sue the bank, so they fired me to cover their butts. Always has to be a scapegoat.
Where were you yesterday morning?
I got me a new job down on the piers 2 weeks ago. I gotta walk the rounds every hour on the half hour starting at 3 a.m. I got off at 9, came home, went to sleep.
You look like you keep in pretty good shape. Must have been an athlete. Happen to own a Mike Piazza autographed bat?
I wish. Besides, I'm a Yankees fan.
That's all for now. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, can I help you?
I'm looking for Sheila Rogers.
She's right over there.
Thank you. You knew James Warren.
Look, I can't talk about James Warren or the Canarsie Bank. My lawyers have instructed me not to say anything.
James Warren was murdered this morning. Does that change your mind?
James? Murdered? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no.
We understand you and Mr. Warren were having an affair.
I suppose it's not a big secret.
I know this is difficult, but when did he break it off?
I broke up with him, okay? When we started seeing each other, James said all the right things. His marriage was on the rocks. He was going to leave her. The list goes on. Oh, I can't believe I believed any of it.
But he did eventually leave her.
Have you met his wife? She's a real piece of work.
He didn't like his wife.
She openly confronted him about our affair at the bank on a Friday afternoon. Well, I know it was very embarrassing for him.
It's time you started telling us the truth. We know the real reason you left Canarsie.
That's their version of the truth, Detective. I was just a convenient scapegoat. There are a lot of problems with management there, and I'm glad I no longer have to deal with that mess. Look, I've moved on. And if you don't have anything else, I should be getting back to work.
We'll be in touch.
I hope you find whoever did this.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Looks like a nice place.
If you're interested, we have many services for men as well as women.
Thanks, but I'm fine. Hello.
Can I help you?
Do you know where we can find Andrea Warren?
She's over there, wearing the black blouse.
Thank you. Mrs. Warren?
Yes?
Detective Goren, major case.
Is something wrong?
Your ex-husband was found murdered this morning.
Oh my God, what? Why? What about Rachel, my daughter? She was supposed to meet him this morning.
Your daughter is fine, Mrs. Warren. Unfortunately, she was the one who found the body. She called it in.
Poor Rachel. Poor Jimmy. I hated the son of a bitch, but I wouldn't wish this on anyone.
I know this is all a shock, but when was the last time you saw him?
I guess it was 3 or 4 weeks ago. He came to my lawyer's office to sign papers.
Where were you earlier this morning?
You think it was me? What do they say about killing the goose with the golden egg? Well, Jimmy was my golden egg times 2.
We've reviewed your financial records. You've got plenty of motivation to want Mr. Warren dead.
If you'd really looked, you'd see that's not true.
It must have been difficult for you when you found out he was seeing someone else.
He made a fool of me. I got mad, and then I got even. Financially, I mean. It's crazy, but I feel sorry for that little taunt. Can you believe he actually had her fired? Just to impress little old me. Well, I am sorry, but it was too little too late.
We know that you went to the bank and angrily confronted your husband. Did you lie about it because you were hiding something?
Well, whatever you heard, I'm sure it was blown completely out of proportion. Sure, I may have raised my voice and carried on more than I should have, but I was hurt. Anybody else in my situation would have done the same thing.
Thank you for your time.
It's Walter here from the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Those test results you wanted are in. I can walk you through them if you like. This is a photocopy of a loan application. There are no prints on it, and it was typed on a computer, so there's no handwriting to analyze either. Sorry.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I was just wrapping up those reports for you. Want to go over the results? Gordon Dixon is 51 years old, divorced, and was recently terminated by Canarsie Bank, where he served as a security guard for the past 18 years. He now works for the A1 security company at the waterfront warehouses. Couldn't find any record of any prior arrests or convictions. Sheila Rogers is 32 years old and a graduate of St. John's University. She's currently employed at New Liberty Bank. She started in the banking industry as a teller fresh out of school and has worked at 4 different financial institutions. The subject has no prior arrests or convictions on record. Andrea Warren, aged 54, is divorced and currently receiving alimony payments from James Warren. She stands to inherit a large part of his estate when the dust settles. Although she is currently unemployed, she seems to still live a lavish lifestyle, a fixture on the New York social circuit.
I have those surveillance reports you requested. Let me walk you through them. Subject left her residence at 0500 hours and proceeded to walk to the East 97th Street entrance to Central Park. Subject then jogged around the reservoir and returned home. Subject left her residence at 0830 hours and arrived at her place of work at the New Liberty Bank, where she remained until 1700 hours. Subject left his residence at 2100 hours and drove to the warehouse district, where he works as a security guard for the A1 Security Company. Subject remained at his place of work until 0530 hours, where he drove back to his residence.
Can I help you?
Major case.
What's New York's finest want with me?
I'm looking for a baseball bat signed by Mike Piazza.
Those aren't that common. I think I sold one 3-4 weeks ago. What's the big deal? If they're saying it's a fake, that's bull. I got it signed by Mike myself. Waited outside Shea for 2 hours.
You remember who bought it?
Just some guy. He was looking for a present for his son. I think he paid cash. Look, I don't want any trouble. If you don't have anything else, I'd appreciate it if you leave me alone.
This the guy who bought the Piazza bat?
I don't remember him exactly, but that ain't him. The guy who bought it was a white guy.
You're absolutely sure this is not the guy?
Yeah, it's not like I sell a Piazza bat every day. Not for nothing. But Met stuff doesn't sell as good as Yankees. New Yorkers like to back a winner.
I've got a few more things to ask you. Records show that you were here when Andrea Warren confronted James about his affair.
I'll tell you what I remember. Andrea came in like a bat out of hell. It was very awkward. I actually felt sorry for the old guy. If you ask me, if anybody was capable of killing Jim, she'd be at the top of my list.
If you think of anything else, let me know.
Sure will.
Excuse me, Ms. Pearson? Sorry to hear you had to let go of Gordon Dixon after all those years of service here. I imagine that was tough.
That was James's call. I don't get involved in personnel decisions with the bank.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Walter, down at the surveillance unit. I should have that report written up before the next time you stop by. Good thing you're here. I was just reading over your surveillance reports. Take a look. Subject left her residence at 0900 hours and took a car service to Acevedo and Wilcox Funeral Home on West 79th Street in Manhattan. Subject then returned to her residence where she remained until 1900 hours. At this point, she used the car service to take her to Daniel Restaurant at 60 East 65th Street. Subject left the establishment at 2300 hours and returned home.
Oh, kind of surprised to see you. I don't have anything on your case.
I was just wrapping up those reports for you. Want to go over the results? We looked at those loan apps from Canarsie and found a few that stood out. It appears that the loan officer, Sheila Rogers, falsified some credit scores to make sure the underwriters approved the loan. Wonder why she did that.
Just a few more questions, Miss Rogers. You seem like a smart, capable woman. It must have been a surprise when Mr. Warren fired you.
He didn't fire me. Is that what his wife told you? Because that's a lie. I left on my own terms.
No offense, but this place isn't exactly a step up for you.
Small is relative, Detective. At Canarsie, I was a small fish in a big pond. Here, I work 9 to 5, and I go home, and the work stays here, where it belongs. I'm much happier, really.
We'll be in touch.
I hope you find whoever did this. told you everything I know. If you don't have anything else, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave me alone.
You lied to us. You falsified documents at the bank. That's why you left.
I couldn't talk about it. I didn't want to jeopardize my settlement.
Now, you get to talk to us on our turf. Come with me. Whatever deal you made won't stop the SEC from taking a long look at Canarsie. You can't spend your settlement behind bars.
If you're looking for another Enron detective, you can look elsewhere. I didn't do anything that doesn't happen 1,000 times a day. Customers not only accept it, they beg us to do it.
So you didn't do anything wrong, and yet James Warren still fired you.
Right. I wish I knew why. Look, I fudged some numbers, but it wasn't out of greed or anything. I was trying to help out a customer who was trying to raise money for his kid. 5 years old, and he needed a bone marrow transplant. This guy was trying to take out a loan in his house to pay for it. I just added a few points to his credit score. And Jim found out and he hit the roof. He told me I couldn't treat one client differently than another. He sent me back to the guy to tell him no. It was the hardest thing I'd ever done.
What was the name of that customer?
Travis Chase. He didn't take the news too well. He wanted to talk to my superior. And I gave him Jim's name. I didn't think he'd do anything except what most people do. Well, write an angry letter.
You happen to remember where Mr. Chase lived?
I don't remember the exact address, but I think it was on Ingram Street.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Chase?
Not since that conversation. Oh, you can't think he killed Jim. I mean, he was angry, but... Look, how would you feel? His kid was his whole life.
That's all for now.
Yes?
Major Case, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
What about?
James Warren.
I don't know anybody with that name.
Does Canarsie Bank ring a bell? I'll just be a minute. You made a scene in the bank's lobby a couple months back. A security guard threw you out.
That's what they told you? I bet they didn't tell you that they went back on their word. 1 minute it's yes, the next it's, sorry, we can't help you.
My father used to say the big print gives it to you. Small print takes it away. No wonder you were angry.
It ought to be illegal what they do. They make me sick. So I lost my temper for a minute, then left. That was it.
Why'd you need the money?
Medical bills. To top it off, the mortgage was overdue, and, well, I just ended up selling the house.
Ever go back to Canarsie or talk with anyone there since that incident?
No, thought it would be best to put all that behind me.
Guess that's it for now.
Have a good day.
Chase doesn't get his money, so he takes batting practice on the bank vice president. What am I missing?
Whatever put him over the edge.
Better keep digging, then.
Leave me alone. I don't have anything else to tell you.
Locked. Must be his son.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. Travis Chase made several unsuccessful attempts to get a loan from the equity of his home. His last attempt was with the Canarsie Bank, where he was turned down. I looked into this a little further and found that he wrote 16 letters of complaint, all addressed to Canarsie Bank. While they contained no overt threats, they were clearly written by a desperate individual. His son Johnny died of cancer at the age of 8, subsequent to an unsuccessful bone marrow transplant. Curiously, Mr. Chase recently made a large cash withdrawal from his savings account for an unknown reason.
It's Walter here from the surveillance office. Just letting you know that we finished with that report you wanted. The next time you're here, we can talk about it. My guys haven't finished with those surveillance reports yet. Check back in a little while.
Oh, kinda surprised to see you. I don't have anything on your case.
Looks like a receipt. Can't see where it's from, though.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Something else?
Is this who bought the Piazza bat?
Maybe, but I can't really say for sure. I just don't remember.
I was just finishing up some tests for you. Want me to go over the results with you? All this technology and no useful data. Sometimes we just come up with nothing. All this technology and no useful data. Sometimes we just come up with nothing.
Bet you're here about those reports you asked for. I got them right here. This receipt appears to be from a restaurant, but the ink in the register must have been low because the name and address of the business are not legible. Bad luck for us. This receipt appears to be from a restaurant, but the ink in the register must have been low because the name and address of the business are not legible. Bad luck for us.
If you have a couple minutes, I'd like to speak with you again.
You promise to make this quick.
You have a son, don't you? I bet you're a great father.
My son is dead.
And if Carsey Bank gives you the loan, maybe your son's still alive.
I ended up selling the house for the operation, and it still didn't work. Doctors, don't get me started on them.
Selling the house takes time your boy didn't have. I can see how you could blame the bank. I would.
Do you know what it's like to outlive your own child? My wife couldn't take it. She left me and went home to her folks in Texas. She won't even talk to me anymore. I lost everything. No house, no job, and no family. I got nothing.
I read those 16 letters you wrote to James Warren. You were pretty mad at him.
Who wouldn't be? If it wasn't for him, I would have gotten the money in time and everything would be different.
You're a good guy, Travis. I can see that. What you went through, it's a tragedy. You did what you had to do. Any father could see that.
You know what? I don't feel like talking anymore. I want you out of my house now.
Those surveillance reports you requested are done. Where should we start? Subject left his residence at 0950 hours and boarded the 7 subway at Times Square and 42nd Street and disembarked at 111th Street and Roosevelt Avenue. Subject then rode a local bus to the Willets Point Cemetery where he visited the grave of his deceased son. Subject remained at the graveside for 4 hours before returning to his residence. Subject left his residence twice over the next 48 hours, both times for quick trips to a convenience store 2 blocks from his residence. He remained inside his apartment for the remainder of the time in question.
Could be useful. I can see the address on them. Excuse me, I'm hoping you can help.
Yeah? What can I do for you?
I'm wondering if you know somebody by the name of Travis Chase.
Don't recognize the name.
Late 30s, average height, brown hair and eyes.
Describes half my regulars. Sorry, if there's nothing else, I should be getting back to work.
Recognize him?
Yeah, I know that guy. He used to come in all the time.
You sure he's one of your regulars?
You kidding? I'll never forget that guy. He sits by himself for weeks, never says a word to nobody. Then one day he overhears me talking about my son needing an operation. Instead of a tip, he leaves me an envelope full of money. Almost $1,000. I tried to thank him and he's like, use it for your kid. That's it. Never said more than 2 words to me since.
You obviously have a pretty good memory. Remember the last time you saw him?
A few days ago, I guess. Why? Is he in trouble for something?
Did he come here alone or with someone else?
Always alone. He sat at that table over there in the corner, read the paper, and mostly stared out the window. He seemed so unhappy. Even when he smiled, he seemed really sad, you know what I mean?
I'm sure you felt kind of sorry for the guy all alone, just staring out the window. Happen to remember which way he was looking?
Left toward Duke Street. He wrote stuff down in a little notebook. He wasn't rude or anything, he just kept to himself. We get a lot of people here who just don't want to be bothered. You learn to let them be.
How did he pay?
Always cash. Pretty good tipper, too.
As nice as you are, I bet he enjoyed talking with you.
We really only talked that one time. He just sat there all day doing a crossword he tore out of the paper. Like he was waiting for something to happen.
Thanks for your help. I can see Warren's brownstone from here. What do we have here? Hi again. Do you recognize this folded paper?
Yeah, it's from that guy you were asking me about. I remember him folding up his crossword into little shapes when he was done with it.
The crossword is from USA Today. I bet you know the area around here well. Where's the nearest place to buy one?
Only place I know of is that kiosk down at the corner.
Thanks for your help.
Chase gave the waitress $1,000? You're breaking my heart.
It wasn't about her. It was about her sick kid. He helps the helpless, like Warren's dog.
Better check around to find out if anyone else remembers seeing your guy Travis around the neighborhood.
Do you recognize this man?
Yeah, I know that guy. Mr. USA Today. He was a regular for a few weeks.
Remember anything else about him?
Oh, nothing that comes to mind. My memory ain't what it used to be. Anything else I can help you with?
Does this look familiar?
That reminds me. Your guy always come out to Paper Moon Hotel, there across the street, each morning before he bought the paper.
Can I help you?
Have you ever seen this man before?
He stayed here for about 3 weeks recently. What did he do?
Why do you think he did something?
He seemed really off, you know. I mean, he was quiet, but didn't bother nobody, but I don't know. There was something about him. I just can't put my finger on it.
You're pretty perceptive. What room did he stay in?
5. I remember because he lost the key one time. Look, if you don't mind, I need to finish up some things in the back.
Thank you. Just a phone book. Interesting. Looks like it's locked. Looks like Warren's place. It's definitely Warren's place. Chase must have been keeping an eye on him from here. Bible. Those cups don't look like they've been used.
This is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. This receipt appears to be from a restaurant, but the ink in the register must have been low because the name and address of the business are not legible. Bad luck for us.
I was just finishing up some tests for you. Want me to go over the results with you? Couldn't get any prints off the paper. Sorry. All this technology and no useful data. Sometimes we just come up with nothing.
What's up? Who did you want to get a warrant for? I'd say you have probable cause to search Mr. Chase's residence. I'll call the judge.
Child's mitt. I see a piece missing from one of these. Looks like he's fallen on hard times. Nothing in there.
From the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found.
They're men's leather gloves, and they look fairly new, but they do have a small piece missing. The lab might be able to help you more with this one. The item you submitted was a crossword puzzle torn out from a newspaper. Looks like someone folded it into the shape of a crescent moon, origami style. Somebody sure got a lot of time on their hands.
bet you're here about those analyses. I can bring them up right here. These leather gloves have a few prints on them. The two clearest ones are a 10-point match to Travis Chase's right index and ring finger. And there's a small piece of leather missing on one of them, which matches exactly to the piece of leather you found at the victim's residence. No doubt about it, these gloves were at the scene of the crime.
You again.
Me again.
I thought I told you to leave me alone.
Well, there's this thing called a warrant.
What's the warrant for? There's nothing here. You won't find anything.
Actually, it's you I'm looking for. Let's go to my house for a chat.
What now?
It tells me a lot about you that you didn't hurt Warren's dog. Must have been barking like crazy.
I don't know anything about any dog.
You stayed at the hotel for 3 weeks.
So what? I got bored with my apartment. A person could go nuts staring at those four walls all day.
Why that particular hotel?
You saw the place, Detective. It fit my budget.
I know exactly why you chose that hotel. It was right down the street from your favorite cafe. The waitress said you were there every day, staring out the window at James Warren's brownstone.
Yeah, so what?
You were stalking him. You mapped out his schedule. You knew when he went to work, when he got home, and when he walked his dog. You waited for the perfect opportunity, and you killed him.
Nice try, Detective.
What happened to your son is a tragedy. Nothing is ever going to bring him back. And you wanted someone to blame. I can understand that.
You don't know a thing about me, Detective.
I know you aren't a cruel man. James's dog went nuts when you attacked his master, didn't he? But instead of killing him like a hardened criminal, you locked him in a room and you left him alive. That shows compassion, Travis. Maybe you got in over your head on this one. Maybe you wanted to turn back, but it was too late. Maybe killing James Warren wasn't even your idea.
I didn't kill him.
Who helped you, Travis? Who put you up to the cold-blooded murder?
Look, either arrest me or let me go. I don't have to listen to this.
You do know who Rachel Warren is, right?
I never heard that name in my life.
She's James Warren's daughter. She's just a kid, and now she doesn't have a father anymore.
Tell her I know how it feels to lose a loved one.
Did you know Rachel found the body? What do you think that's going to do to her?
I never saw a kid at the house.
You didn't see her because you weren't able to see everything from where you were seated at the cafe?
Bull! I had a clear view of the front steps for 8, 10, sometimes 14 hours a day. If he had a little girl, I would have seen her.
You got sloppy, Travis. You tried to make it clean. But you're no killer. You're not that kind.
I didn't feel a thing, you know? I came up behind him and he didn't even hear me. It was like I wasn't there. And he opened the door and stepped inside. And I pushed him in and swung the bat hard. and he fell in. I don't know why, but couldn't stop hitting him. My son never even got a chance to use it. He was so sick he couldn't even go outside.
The dog was barking.
No, it was a howl, like its heart was broken. Afterward, I dragged the dog into the other room.
Tell me who put you up to this.
I don't want to talk anymore. I want to see a lawyer.
All right.
I'm going soft, but I sort of feel for Chase. Losing your kid, I can't say what I would do.
Cancer killed that kid, not Canarsie Bank.
Maybe, but if I'm Warren, I make the exception and give Chase the money. Maybe the kid lives.
Maybe he still dies. Who gets the baseball bat then?
Travis Chase just walked.
When?
He posted bail 2 hours ago. As soon as I heard, I sent a couple of uniforms out to his place, but he's a no-show.
Detective Goren.
Detective Goren, it's Travis Chase.
Where are you?
My home away from home.
The hotel?
I wanted to say I'm sorry. You were right.
About what?
About everything. But you don't have to worry anymore. It ends here.
What are you going to do?
Goodbye, Detective.
Wait, Travis. I can be there in 15 minutes. Travis. Travis.
We found him submerged in the bathtub. With pills on the side of the tub there, it certainly has all the signs of a suicide.
I'm not so sure.
Why's that?
The bruise and swelling on the back of his head. Someone struck him first. I've got a hunch this was staged to look like a suicide. No question he was struck by something. Looks like a fresh injection mark. Interesting. There's bruising around his ankles. There's something back there, but I can't reach it. Page from the DSM. Psychiatrists use it to diagnose mental disorders. Maybe Travis was trying to tell us something. Travis's wallet. Could be our killer used this to strike Travis. No sign of forced entry. Could be useful.
There you are. I'm glad you're here. A woman told me to give this note if you came by again. I think she's a prostitute.
Bet you can remember exactly what she looks like.
Blonde, regular height. She's been hanging around here a lot lately. The thing is, I can't believe I didn't remember this before, but I'm pretty sure she's the same woman who paid for the extra 2 nights for Mr. Chase the day he was... you know.
I'll need to see your lobby surveillance tape.
Sure, if you think it'll help.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
Help you with something? Asphyxiation. It's pretty clear that the drowning was caused by force. I found an injection mark on his forearm. The tox screen just came back. High levels of thorazine. My guess is your killer first struck the victim on the head, then administered the drug so that it would look like a suicide. The contusion and swelling on the back of the victim's head were likely the result of a blunt instrument. The coloring and size indicate that the trauma occurred within an hour of his death.
So how exactly did he drown?
The ankle bruising is most telling. Here's my theory. After the killer struck him on the head and drugged him, the victim would likely have regained consciousness in an extremely groggy state. The perp helped him into the tub, then grabbed his ankles and pulled him under the water. The force would have sent water rushing up his nose. It would have been a matter of seconds before he blacked out.
All right, thank you.
So it wasn't a suicide?
The bruises on his legs and the back of his head. The killer grabbed him by the ankles and yanked him under the water. The force of the water rushed into his nose and mouth. He'd be unconscious in a matter of seconds. Then all the killer would have to do is hold him under the water.
So, if it wasn't a suicide, who would want to kill Travis Chase?
Whoever got him to kill James Warren.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I was just finishing up some tests for you. Want me to go over the results with you? Sorry, Detective, but there's no prints whatsoever on the flashlight. There was some blood on it that I matched to Travis Chase. Guess we know how he got those head wounds. It looks like your Vic was struck on the head with a blunt object. Judging by the severity of the wound, I'd say it was hard enough to knock the victim unconscious. And the bruises on the victim's ankle appear to have been made by someone's hands, judging by the shape of the marks. Looks like he was grabbed pretty hard. There's an injection mark near the middle of the victim's tattoo that looks quite recent. Perhaps that spot was chosen to conceal the point of injection. I couldn't get any prints off the paper, unfortunately. The door handle had no prints on it at all. Looks like it was wiped clean. The pills he submitted for analysis are Thorazine, a drug sometimes used to treat schizophrenia.
This just came in the mail for you. No return address. I doubt if taxpayers want you to be doing crosswords on their dime.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi, Jennifer calling from the research office. I was finishing up on those reports you requested. Come by when you want to talk about them.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look?
From the bump on his head, your victim must have been struck by something. I'd try checking with the lab to see what they found out. Judging by the bruising, it looks like someone grabbed your victim by the ankles. Better check with the lab to see what they have to say. The tattoo is of a dragon. There's also a small mark on his arm there, maybe from a recent injection? This is a metal flashlight with a few scratches and dents. It looks to be a few years old. No way to trace where it was purchased. The door handle to the victim's room is intact and undamaged. No sign of a forced entry. It would seem your victim let his attacker in. This handwritten note was written on blank paper. Handwriting analysis is performed by the crime lab, so if you want to try to make a match, you might see what they have to say. This is a page torn out of the DSM, which is the textbook psychiatrists use to diagnose mental disorders. The page contains information about schizophrenia. It describes the most common symptoms, including delusions, hallucinations, and disorganized speech. The tablets appear to be prescription medication of some kind. There's no way I can trace them without the prescription bottle, unfortunately.
I was just finishing up some tests for you. Want me to go over the results with you?
As you know, the note says, I had a lovely chat with your mother about you. She said you were very stubborn. You and I know better. If you find any other notes during your investigation, I'd be able to make a comparison to see if it was written by the same person. Someone's really trying to get under your skin, Detective. Well, the surveillance tapes have been reused many times and have multiple partial prints on them, but nothing I could trace. The research unit can probably help you out with the contents.
Stokes, Warren, Chase. No way this is a coincidence. I need to find out who's behind this.
Al Rudolph speaking.
Hello, Mr. Rudolph. This is Detective Goren from Major Case. You're the puzzle editor at the Herald.
Yes, I am. What can I do for you?
Your puzzles are really tough, but it's hard to find good writers for them.
Thanks. We get our puzzle writers from all over the country. Most of them are retirees who do it for the love of it.
Can you tell me who created the one called The Name Game?
I'd have to look it up in my files. Let's see here. Name's Emily Cross.
When was the first time you heard from this Emily Cross?
We have a long lead time for each puzzle. I believe she submitted her first one more than a year ago. It was unusually polished.
You're good at recognizing talent. What's she like in person?
I haven't had the pleasure yet. We've only communicated through the mail. She sends me the puzzles, I send her the checks. All I have on her is this post office box.
Which is?
P.O. Box 709 in Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Looks like a surveillance camera.
Hello.
I'm hoping you can help me. I'm with Major Case. Can you tell me who owns box number 709?
I'm not allowed to say who owns the boxes. My boss says it's confidential.
Heard of the Patriot Act? Now you don't have a choice. Just tell me who owns box 709.
Okay, no need to get bent out of shape. Let me look through the files. Oh, here's the contract. Opened about 2 years ago by Jane Doe, 12301 Roosevelt Avenue, Flushing, New York. Hey, wait, I know that address.
It's Shea Stadium. I guess your boss isn't that good at checking IDs. You probably keep a pretty close eye on things around here. How often does the mail in box 709 get picked up?
I'm not sure. The owners can get in here 24/7. I've never seen anyone open that particular box.
What's the combination to 709?
Don't have a record of it. Sorry. Each user makes their own.
That's all for now. Diane Goren, so imposing as my mother. Well, one thing's for sure, whoever's behind this knows me.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Excuse me, can you look up some account information for me?
Sure can. For your account?
Actually, no, I'm with Major Case. We're investigating a murder. Do you have the original paperwork on the Diane Goren account?
Yes, we should have a driver's license on file for that account.
I'd like to see a copy of it.
Of course. Here it is.
When was this account opened?
2 years ago. There's not much activity on the account. Doesn't seem to be used for much other than to pay a mailbox rental. The monthly fee is paid by automatic debit to the mailbox connection.
What about the deposits?
All cash. No way to trace them.
Thank you for your help.
Sure.
That person is not Diane Goren.
Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Those test results you wanted are in. I can walk you through them if you like. These tapes have been handled by multiple people. I couldn't get a clear print. The research unit would be better at helping you sort through the contents.
Bet you're here about those reports you asked for. I got them right here. I looked through the mail you collected from Box 709. There was a statement addressed to Diane Goren. It's for a checking account that has had minimal activity over the past month. I looked through the security video from the mailbox connection and unfortunately didn't see anybody open Box 709. I'm going to have them send me the security camera footage every day so I can keep monitoring that box. If anybody opens Box 709, I'll be sure to let you know.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I was just finishing up some tests for you. Want me to go over the results with you? We dusted the document for prints and got a hit. A former guest at one of our fine corrections facilities. Name's Maureen Palmieri, busted on a drug beef, out on possible parole since last year. She's working at Gino's Sports Bar in Queens. This statement is from a bank in Queens. Couldn't get any prints off it, though. Sorry.
I've been managing my mother's finances since she was institutionalized. There's no way she has a bank account I don't know about. Whoever Emily Cross is, she stole my mother's identity. She's involved in these murders, and she's trying to get my attention.
She's got mine. We got 2 guys upstate watching your mother. Anybody comes to see her, they'll be there. Anything on that photo ID from the bank?
It had prints on it from Maureen Palmieri. Served 6 years of an 8-year sentence for possession with intent.
Somebody you put away?
Not one of mine. She's probably fronting for someone else.
An ex-boyfriend, husband, brother?
Maybe. She's waiting tables at a dive in Queens. I'm gonna go have a talk with her.
You do that. And Bobby, watch your back.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. The ID was obviously doctored. We were able to find a clear thumbprint on it and matched it to a Maureen Palmieri, a recent parolee. She's now working as a waitress at Gino's Sports Bar here in the city.
I'm looking for Maureen Palmieri.
That's me. Who are you?
Detective Goren, major case.
Oh, can't you guys stay out of my life? I did my debt to society. My boss don't like that I'm an ex-con, okay? You guys coming around ain't helping matters.
I can stay here all afternoon, but if you answer a few questions, I'll be on my way.
I don't got nothing to tell you.
You know why I'm here. You better come clean about that account you have at Stone Ridge Savings.
Yeah, right. I'm the Queen of England. I got a bank account, all right. It's a coffee can on top of my refrigerator. Is that all you came here for? I gotta get back to work.
Must be somebody's kid. So this isn't you.
It looks a little like me, but my name's Maureen. That chick's name is Diane. And that ain't my social, neither.
It's a fine-looking boy you have. How old is your son?
11. Next week.
I'm sure you got him something really special for his birthday.
Yeah, sure. I got something picked out. Yeah, real nice. You seen the prices of toys nowadays? It ain't right.
I bet he'd love a Power Ranger.
Yeah, that's Tyler's favorite.
Power Rangers were popular before you were locked up. Must have been hard on your son when you were locked up. Who took care of him?
The state took custody of him. But I'm doing all I can so that I can get him back. Look, that's why I don't want you guys around here. I have enough trouble with the system as it is. I can't even find out where my son is.
Maybe I can help you out with that, but you have to help me first.
And if I don't, I'll never see him again, right? I know how you guys work.
It's up to you, Maureen. I'm not trying to make your life difficult. I know you didn't plan all this. I want a name. Who told you to open that bank account?
Her name was Emily something. I met her at the halfway house the day I got out. She helped me out, you know, she showed me the ropes. She got out a couple of weeks later, and I didn't see her for months. And then one day, she shows up here asking me to open that account for her using that ID. Haven't seen or heard from her since.
Can you describe her?
Sure, I guess. She was small, blonde. She had this accent, you know, like Princess Di.
I guess that's all for now.
We got a list of your mom's visitors. Someone named Wallace Stevens was a regular visitor, not many others.
She went to see my mother, damn it. I need a cross-reference on all the prisoners that got released within 6 months of Maureen Palmieri. Everyone who was paroled to a halfway house.
You know who it is?
Elizabeth Hitchens, Nicole Wallace, or whatever the hell she's calling herself now.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
There, got it.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Hello, Walter Harris here from the surveillance unit. We finished tailing your suspect, so come by to hear what we found.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. Good news! We were finally able to track down the boy in the photo, Tyler Palmieri. He's in a privately run group home in Albany. He's been bounced around so much, it took me all this time to find him. It turns out they had been trying to reach his mother for years now. They're willing to talk with her about visitation rights and want her to call them. I have all the information she'll need in the report here. Maureen Palmieri grew up in Newark, New Jersey, in one of the tougher neighborhoods there. Her parents were killed in a car accident when she was 17 and has had run-ins with the law ever since. Most recently, she was incarcerated on 2 counts of drug possession. Although a high school dropout, she did earn her GED 6 years ago. This wooden pool cue has seen better days. I'd say it's about 10 years old, judging by the wear and tear. It says, property of Geno's in black marker.
just finished writing up those surveillance reports you wanted. Which should we go over first? Subject took the subway to work at 10:30 in the morning, where she remained until 1700 hours. Subject stopped at the Korean market on the corner on the way home, purchasing a small bag of groceries, and spent the remainder of the evening at her residence alone.
I have those test results for you. Let me bring them up here. This magnet has a clear print from a right index finger. I traced it to Maureen Palmieri, who's been arrested multiple times. Not sure if that helps you, though, since you found it at her workplace. Lots of smudge prints on the pool cue, but nothing I could use to make an ID. Sorry.
Hey, it's Bradshaw over at the crime lab. Just letting you know that the tests you asked for are finished. We can talk about them the next time you're here.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look?
This prescription bottle belonged to Travis Chase, and according to the label, it contains 75 milligram Thorazine tablets. The prescribing doctor is Hannah Pritchard, who works at Chelsea Free Clinic on West 23rd. She'd probably be able to tell you more about why she prescribed it.
I have those test results for you. Let me bring them up here. This prescription bottle belonged to Travis Chase and contains Thorazine, a drug sometimes prescribed to treat schizophrenia.
All about the free clinic.
Hello. Is there something I can help you with?
I need to speak with Dr. Hannah Pritchard.
Can I tell her what this is regarding?
It's a police matter.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find her.
Thank you.
Hello, it's Tim Bradshaw from the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Those test results you wanted are in. I can walk you through them if you like. I couldn't get any useful prints from this medical claim form, sorry.
did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look?
Well, now I understand how the Chelsea Free Clinic manages to provide free service. They're ripping off the insurance companies by billing for services that weren't rendered and making up phony patients. Sometimes the ends do justify the means. Question is this one of those times?
I'm Dr. Pritchard. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Detective Goren. You treated a man named Travis Chase?
I can't talk about any of my patients or their treatments.
He's dead now.
My God. I didn't know. How did he die? Was it a suicide?
He was murdered. Why would you think Chase's death was a suicide?
You know I can't talk about the specifics of his treatment.
You worried about him?
I was concerned, yes. Look, I'm sorry, but I've said too much already. I can't help you any further.
The medical board wouldn't be too happy to hear that you're scamming insurance companies.
Look, we're underfunded here. Okay, we're just trying to keep our doors open.
So you'll tell me what I need to know about Travis Chase?
I wasn't even his doctor. He came in to see me because his regular psychiatrist was out of town.
You prescribed Thorazine?
Yes, he was suffering from a brief psychotic episode.
I can imagine it was especially tough for him given the recent death of his son.
It certainly didn't help his condition, but there were other factors.
You must be quite a clinician to be able to prescribe medication to a patient being treated by another doctor.
I consulted with his treating physician's office. Dr. Rupert Brown is an acknowledged expert in the field. I felt very comfortable writing the prescription after I spoke with him.
Thank you, Dr. Pritchard. Dr. Brown in?
Yes, you can go in.
Quite a mask. Is this what I think it is?
Don't touch that. It's very fragile.
It's Mayan, right? Impressive.
Very good, Detective. You must know something about the ancient Mayans.
Hello, I'm Detective Goren.
Yes. What's this about?
You've got a pretty good reputation in your field. Is that why Travis Chase came to see you?
I'm not able to disclose anything about my patients without their consent. I'm sorry.
It'd be tough for him to give his consent at this point. He's dead.
I'm sorry to hear that, but it doesn't change the fact that his treatment history is confidential.
The Mayans treated mental illness by burning resin of the copal tree. The smoke produced a chemical like Thorazine.
I'm impressed. They weren't just natives in loincloths. It's a shame so much of the Mayan culture was lost.
Travis Chase was taking Thorazine.
I wouldn't know without consulting my records. Or even if this Travis Chase was my patient.
Why don't you tell me why you prescribed Thorazine, generally speaking, of course?
That's not a simple answer. It needs to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. You can't just go checking off symptoms in the DSM. It doesn't work that way.
I've seen Travis Chase's medical records. I know he has a family history of schizophrenia.
Without commenting on his case specifically, that would be a reason to prescribe Thorazine.
I understand the importance of patient privacy, but would it be divulging too much if you told me when you first started to see Mr. Chase?
Fine, but that's all you're getting from me. My relationship with my patients is all I have, Detective. Surely you can understand that. Travis Chase. He came here 14 months ago.
You're obviously a seasoned world traveler. I'm just wondering who covers your patients when you're out of the country.
There's no shortage of psychiatrists here on the Upper West Side. I have plenty of colleagues who can cover for me. If you wouldn't mind seeing yourself out, I have a session scheduled to begin shortly.
Oh, kind of surprised to see you. I don't have anything on your case.
I'm not quite done with what you sent over. I'll finish them up as soon as I can.
Hey, it's Walter, down at the surveillance unit. I should have that report written up before the next time you stop by.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
I just finished writing up those surveillance reports you wanted. Which should we go over first? Subject remained at her place of employ at the medical clinic for most of the 24-hour period of surveillance. Subject left for a short period at 1930 hours and proceeded on foot 1 block to Joe's Diner, where she met a suspicious-looking male. The male was later identified as the subject's live-in boyfriend. No connection was found in her case.
Bet you're here about those reports you asked for. I got them right here. Hannah Pritchard is 38 years old with a degree from Columbia. She did her residency at Northwestern in internal medicine before returning to New York 8 years ago. She serves on the board for 2 nonprofits. She has no criminal record of any kind. Dr. Brown is a 54-year-old man with a doctorate in psychotherapy from Cornell University. He has no prior criminal record of any kind. He's a collector of pre-Columbian art and artifacts and recently returned from a year traveling abroad for this purpose.
Travis Chase called Dr. Brown's office a dozen times on the day of the murder.
It was Saturday. The good doctor was on the golf course. It wasn't the first time he was unreachable. Brown was out of the country for 12 months, and his usual cover guy fell ill.
Travis Chase was seeing someone. Who was it?
Look, if I knew anything else, I would have told you. Those surveillance reports you requested are done. Where should we start? Subject left his office at 1700 hours and used a car service to Le Cirque restaurant at 455 Madison Avenue in Manhattan. Subject met a woman later identified as Dr. Toby Bergstein. Ms. Bergstein is a psychotherapist and has no criminal record and a clean background. Subject and Ms. Bergstein left the restaurant establishment together, but in separate cars. Subject was dropped at his residence on Park Avenue West at 2100 hours. He remained there until the following morning. Subject emerged from his residence at 0530 in workout attire and walked several blocks at a rapid pace. Subject stopped once at a Starbucks coffee store and purchased a cup of coffee. He returned to his residence at 0700 hours and emerged again at 0730 where he was met by his car service. He was dropped off at his place of business at 0800 hours and proceeded inside the building. Roughly 15 minutes later, he made the call to the police to report the discovery of a break-in.
What happened?
I came in this morning and found everything like this. It's a mess. The press is downstairs. If this gets out, it could be very damaging to my patients.
What files are missing?
I don't know for sure. They're not all mine. I took over the practice from another psychiatrist, Dr. Andre Hauptmann.
I know that name.
Those are charts from years ago.
Only one person would stoop so low as to use my mother to get to me. Nicole Wallace. Definitely Mayan. Dr. Brown? Do you know Elizabeth Hitchens? She might also go under the name Nicole Wallace.
No, none of those names sound familiar to me.
What about Emily Hightower? She would be blonde, about 5'6", Australian accent.
Why, yes. She was my assistant. What did she do?
When did she start working for you?
About a year ago, just before my last trip abroad. She was waiting to take the medical boards. She was brilliant.
Did she see patients?
She observed some of my sessions with the patient's consent. It would have been completely unethical for her to see them alone.
How often are you away?
Occasionally.
I don't need a search warrant to look through your files. You reported a break-in. Which one should I start with? We can call Channel 5, have a party.
I wouldn't have allowed it if I was here, but the results were very positive. The physician covering for me became ill after I left for Colombia. I was out of phone contact for a week, and so Emily stepped in to take over the cases. I know she wasn't certified, but she passed the boards a few months later.
Where is Emily now?
She resigned after she took her boards. She said she wanted to start her own practice. I haven't seen or heard from her since. I know it was a violation, but it's a technicality. And she did good work. The patients really responded to her.
I guess that's all for now. But don't plan on taking any trips anytime soon.
From the lab. The test results you asked for are done. Come by and we can go over them.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
I bet you're here about those analyses. I can bring them up right here. I couldn't find anything useful on that. Sorry.
I did my best on the things you sent over. Care to have a look? I ran a few checks, but I couldn't find anything significant about that.
Those test results you wanted are in. I can walk you through them if you like. This document was printed on a laser printer. I couldn't lift any prints from it.
I checked out what you asked me to. I'll be happy to go over things in more detail if you'd like. According to Dr. Brown's records, 2 of your murder suspects, Frank Doherty and Travis Chase, and one of your victims, Lisa Stokes, were seen by Emily Hightower at Dr. Brown's office. There were detailed treatment records, including session dates and notes.
You gonna tell me how Frank Doherty and Suzanne Stokes are related to Nicole Wallace?
They were her marks. She manipulated them.
The devil made me do it? Come on, Goren. You can't even lead a horse to water if he doesn't want to drink.
Think about it. Frank Doherty was filled with anger and pain over the death of his wife. He focused those feelings on Martin Castillo. But all that time passed and he didn't do anything about it. Enter Emily Cross. All she sees is a weak, angry man who wants more than anything to avenge his wife's death. He had the right mix of pills and psychobabble. It's not hard to make the leap.
And Suzanne Stokes?
A deeply religious woman suffering from the death of her son and the betrayal of her daughter. She was ripe for the picking. Neither one of them really knew what hit him.
So what makes you think they're going to give her up?
Right now, they think they're still in control. We'll see what happens when they find out they were just pawns in Nicole's revenge fantasy.
4 random murders just to get back at you?
She wants me to see how smart she is. It's important to her.
When you stop being so impressed, tell me how you're going to end this.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hi there, it's me, Jennifer from the research office. I have those reports you wanted. We can discuss the results in more detail next time you're here.
Hey, Detective. We got Suzanne Stokes here in the interrogation room at Rikers if you want to come by and speak with her about your investigation.
Oh, kind of surprised to see you. I don't have anything on your case.
I need your help, Mrs. Stokes. You recognize this woman?
I've never seen her before.
Look closer, Mrs. Stokes. When you avert your eyes, it's obvious you're lying.
I'm at peace now. I have nothing more to say. Guard, I want to go back to my cell.
Bet you're here about those reports you asked for. I got them right here. I had some problems viewing those hotel surveillance tapes. They reuse their tape stocks so many times that they're almost completely shot. I was able to pull some still images off them. Maybe you can help me figure it out.
Good work, Detective. You know, if you look closely enough, it appears the suspect dropped something on the floor of the hotel lobby. You might want to go back and look around, see if anything's there.
Detective, Frank Doherty's now in the Rikers interrogation room. Maybe you can get him to talk more about your case.
I need to talk with you, Frank.
What about?
Let's talk about her.
Dr. Hightower? I don't have to talk to you about my treatment, do I?
No, you don't, but it would help her if you could.
Why? Is she in trouble?
Do you want to help?
Of course I do.
You were hurting. She was there to comfort you. I understand if you got close to her.
She was my psychiatrist. She helped me get through Ellen's death. That's it. Without her, I think I would have killed myself.
But you killed someone else.
She had nothing to do with that. It was all me.
I know you don't want to hear this, but what if I told you that you weren't the first person to be manipulated by Emily Hightower, that she uses people for her own purposes?
She said you would say things like that. She told me they would send you.
When you killed Martin Castillo, you wore gloves. Why?
I don't remember. Probably because I didn't want to leave my fingerprints all over the place.
I'm not buying it. You wanted Castillo to know it was you. You made him beg for his life. You stabbed him over and over. That's not the MO of a careful murder.
I wanted him to know why he was going to die. I wanted his last thoughts to be about Ellen.
You wanted him to pay for her death.
He deserved to die for what he did to Ellen. I couldn't live with myself. I couldn't.
You wanted revenge, Frank. That's a murder of passion. The gloves were the idea of someone more calculating, like Emily Hightower. She gave you the gloves, didn't she?
Yes, she did. Oh, God, what did I do? I need to see her. Can I see her now, please?
That's all for now.
Hi, this is Tim Bradshaw down at the crime lab. Those test results you requested are in. Stop by when you have a chance.
Hello, Jennifer Lee from the research unit. Those reports you asked for are done, so stop by when you want to go over the results.
Hey, it's Jennifer from research. I finally got some action on box 709 at the mailbox connection. Maureen Palmieri, the waitress from Gino's Sports Bar, picked up the mail from that box yesterday. Wonder how she's going to explain that one.
I have those test results for you. Let me bring them up here. You were right again, Detective. The prints belong to Nicole Wallace.
I finished looking into what you sent over. Let me show you what I found.
I finally got some action on box 709 at the mailbox connection. Maureen Palmieri, the waitress from Gino's Sports Bar, picked up the mail from that box yesterday. I did my best on that, but I wasn't able to find anything. Sorry about that.
Can't you see I'm working here?
You'll be lucky if you're not working to get out of a holding cell after this. You need to come with me.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's time for you to tell me the truth. What was your relationship with Emily Cross?
That wasn't her name. Her name was Nicole.
That her?
Yes. She was... I met her at the halfway house, like you said. We had a relationship. She said she loved me. I know she's married, but... I don't know, I thought maybe one day we could get together.
Were you afraid? Is that why you didn't tell me this before?
I didn't want to lose her. I'm gonna lose my son forever, aren't I? Oh, God.
The only way I can help you is if you tell me about the mail drop. You pick up her mail for her and take it to her, don't you? Or do you bring her letters?
No. I cannot go along with this. I've said too much already, and I've got too much on the line. Now, if you want my help, you'll need to do something for me.
Take a look at this.
What is it?
We found your son, Tyler. He misses you and he would love to hear from you. Here's the number of the foster care facility where he's living.
Oh, God. I can't believe this. Thank you.
Now you can help me. Where do you bring those letters?
It's at an abandoned train station. The Hudson Terminal. It's down by the water at Wall Street. You're slipping, Bobby. I thought you'd find me sooner. I left so many clues.
And bodies.
The cycle continues. Don't be such a bad sport. Those people kill because they wanted to. I just put their minds at ease. The mentally ill is so fragile. But you would know that. Your mother?
We're not going to talk about her, Nicole.
Let's do, Bobby. She was so glad to see me. She doesn't get many visitors, you know.
You crossed the line.
Why did you stop going to see her? Were you ashamed? Or did the sight of her frighten you? Tell me, Bobby, in the middle of the night, do you wonder what synapses are firing in your own head? Do you wonder if you're going to lose it?
It's time to go now.
You don't have a shred of evidence that will link me to anything.
What do I have here?
There's nothing on there that's of any use to you.
On the flashlight? No. But inside it, that's something else. You left your fingerprints on the batteries. Got you.
If I hadn't dropped that flashlight, you'd have nothing on me. But you'll never connect me to all those bodies in court. Talking isn't a crime. The charges won't stick, Bobby. You know they won't. Oh, I made you a little time, but you haven't won, Bobby. This isn't over. You haven't seen the last of me.
She played those people like she was inside their heads. Is she really that good?
Good has nothing to do with it.